In the fast-paced world of investment, analytical powers and financial acumen, but also on a lesser known yet vital skill, presentation. The ability to effectively communicate complex ideas and proposals is an essential tool that sets apart exceptional investment bankers from the rest. In a wider context, investment bankers serve as a trusted advisors to clients, guiding them through intricate financial transactions and providing strategic recommendations. However, no matter how the brilliant analysis or innovative the strategy, it is the power of presentation that transforms ideas into actionable solutions. A compelling presentation captivates the audience and conveys information in a clear, concise, and persuasive manner. It is imperative that investment bankers must distill complex financial concepts into digestible insights, making them accessible to clients and stakeholders who may not possess the same level of financial expertise. That's where the presentation becomes the imperative aspect. That being said, hello everyone. I welcome you all to this extensive session on presentation skill for investment bankers. Through this session, we are going to provide you guys with the tips that will help you create presentations that interact visually with your clients. We'll also show you some sample business-oriented presentations. But before we begin with that, I'd like to request you guys to enable both the subscribe button and bell icon so that you won't miss out on multiple updates coming from Intellipaat YouTube channel. First of all, let me tell you guys about the agenda that we have over here for this particular session. We'll begin this session on a friendly note by talking about what is investment banking and how does it work. After that, we'll cover things to do before creating a presentation, how to create textual slide content and creating visually appealing designs for your presentations. Next, we'll touch upon what is Slide Master, presentation templates and PowerPoint hands-on. Finally, we'll also look into investment banking interview questions and answer. I hope I have made myself clear with the agenda. So without any further ado, let's dive into the session directly.
Investment banking is one of the most profitable fields in the financial industry. For the year 2021, investment banks alone contributed a whopping amount of $280 billion towards the United States economy. Not only that, but if we talk about the financial assets controlled by just the top 5 investment banking firms, you will be amazed to know that they value around almost $36 trillion, which is almost 30% greater than the gross GDP of the United States itself. These factual figures depict monumental success of investment banks, and if just the sound of the money gives you a tingling sensation, then investment banking is the domain worth exploring. So, what exactly is this investment banking? Why is it so lucrative? And how does it make these enormous amounts of bucks? Well, before we touch upon these monetary queries, first let's go back in time to see how it all began. From the early 19th century, commercial banks in the US performed the functions that we now associate with the investment banks. But during the period of the Civil War, everything just suddenly changed. The US federal government needed more money to finance their military initiatives. However, they had no bright idea about how to raise these substantially large amount of pennies. That's about the time a man named J. Cook, a Philadelphian financier, stepped up. In 1861, this guy laid the foundation for the first ever American investment bank aiming to help the federal government. That means the US government became the first ever client of the investment banking. Governments wanted money to fund their multiple projects, but why would someone invest their hard-earned money without any sort of security, right? That's where the idea of releasing securities, or what we commonly call bonds, came into existence. Governments started issuing bonds to gather investments, build infrastructure, and more importantly, to support its growing economy. Initially, what investment banks did is they bought all the bonds from the government and sold them to the private investors for profit. Today, they function in pretty much the same way itself, just with the different sets of parties involved. Now, this might lead you towards another question. From where those billions of dollars are pouring into these businesses? Well, the business model is quite straightforward. Investment banks purchase the assets that hold monetary values, otherwise known as securities, and sell them to private investors for a certain amount of fee. This whole process is termed as underwriting. Now, why would these third parties want to take the help of a middleman like investment banks and spend money doing so? Why won't they deal all that by themselves? The perks of making this kind of a deal is that the middleman is responsible for the risk of distributing all the securities. If they are unable to locate new investors, they will be forced to keep those securities. To intuitively put this forward, investment bankers are the risk takers who would take all the risk for secure transactions between investors and clients. But risks are not only entitled to the investment banks. Commercial banks also take risks. However, there is a huge degree of difference between those risks. The commercial banks deal with the common individuals and small to mid-sized companies, giving out smaller sums of money like personal loans, business loans, vehicle loans, home loans, etc. These financial firms benefit from the interest they charge on the lump sum of the lent money. Whereas investment banks deal with the huge companies and high-risk startups, acting as a bridge between corporations and investors. In this process, they can earn huge amounts in fees as there is a adage, higher the risk, larger the profits. All of this sounds great and astounding, but let's be honest. Investment banking is not a fantasy simulation like the Disneyland. This industry has its flaws. You guys have heard about the financial crisis of 2008? If you haven't, it was one of the worst financial disaster ever to happen in the economic sector, which led to the Great Recession in modern times. It was called the subprime mortgage crisis 2008. Here's what happened. In 2001, the federal government increased the bank's liquidity, simply the amount of cash the bank can hold, while decreasing the federal fund rates. The federal fund rate is the interest that the governing Federal Reserve banks charge to other financial institutions for lended sum of money. This enabled the banks to give as many loans as possible without even doing thorough background checks. And of course, commercial banks could not give the loans endlessly. So, to make room for new borrowers, they sold their old loans to the investment banks. And investment banks sold those debts by packing them with new wraps to the wealthy investors, without disclosing how insecure those loans were. At the time, it did not seem risky. Borrowers, investors, commercial banks, investment banks all made profits. It was like a heavy rain of profits. But after every huge heavy rain, there comes tsunamis and floods. And that's what exactly happened. Suddenly, the interest rates started rising, and people started losing their assets. This panic spread everywhere, and the US economy literally crumbled down on its knees due to this banking collapse. The big reason for this was the irresponsible trading done by the investment banks. But does it make the investment banks a villain? And will we be better off without them? The answer is no. The subprime mortgage crisis was one of the crises that happened in the history of banking. There are many market crashes that happened in the past, and many will happen in the future as well. But what is worth remembering is that without these very investment banks, the US government couldn't have built their first railroad projects, mines, highways, and IT companies. Many companies could not have received huge and risky investments to revolutionize the world with their technically sound products. Many technologies, visionary projects could not have seen the light of the day without any support from investment banks. So now, the only question is, what does the future hold for investment banking? It is crucial that you understand. The world will always need companies that could drive innovation. Those innovative companies will always require huge investments. And also, the people with the money will always look out for opportunities to invest and savor their future. which clearly depicts the need of our middleman, that is, investment banking in this world. And hence, you should believe that investment banking is here to stay and it will. More increasingly, if you are looking to build a career around this field, then as a beginner, you could be entitled to the salary of 140,000 US dollars in the United States of America, where in India, you can expect the average salary of around 12 lakh rupees, which could go also up to 70 lakh Indian rupees. And the best way to climb up the ladder of success and gather lucrative offers to learn the intricacies of investment banking operations.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video on investment banking. Now, what is investment banking? It is a specific branch of banking that helps businesses raise funds and provides them with financial advice and support. It provides a substantial financial advising, capital raising, government and financial institution services, financial and risk management services, and help to enterprises. An investment bank is a type of financial services firm that serves as a middleman in large and sophisticated financial transactions. When a new firm is ready to launch its initial public offering, or also known as IPO, or when a company combines with a rival, an investment bank is approached. For large institutional clients like pension funds, it also serves as a broker or financial advisor. Now let us move on to what does investment banks do. Let's begin with a simple example of a company named ABC. Suppose ABC wants to merge with another company. How will it know that the other company will be beneficial for it? Or how is it going to raise the desired funds? And who is going to handle the complete documentation and help in figuring out new investment plans? Well, the short answer to all these questions is an investment bank. Investment banks play a vital role in making a company go big by acting as a risk taker or say middleman. Typically, investment banking focuses on two main areas. The first one is the M&A advisory, and next we have underwriting. So M&A advisory stands for Mergers and Acquisitions Advisory. It is the process of assisting corporations and institutions in locating, evaluating, and completing company acquisitions. Underwriting is a procedure used by banks to get funds from investors for a client, mostly in the form of equity or debt securities. Now let us move on to the next topic, which is how do investment banks work? Investment banks are divided into two types, the sell side and the buy side. Now, the sell side shares of newly issued IPOs, provides market making services, places new bond issues, and assists customers with transactions. Coming to the buy side on the other hand trades securities such as shares and bonds in order to maximize profits. It collaborates with hedge funds, mutual funds, and pension funds. Now let us take a look at the careers available in investment banking. Investment banking jobs are among the most desirable jobs in the financial industry. As an investment banker, you will be expected to assist the clients in raising funds and expanding their businesses. Though it is not that easy to get into the domain, once you make it through the journey, the results are really rewarding. The average salary ranges around $100,000. With years of experience, you can even earn up to $500,000 per annum. The main role that investment banking demands is to provide assistance to firms, governments, and wealthy individuals in expanding their businesses by acting as a medium that will handle the complete procedure of analyzing and evaluating the business and will also manage all the documentation work involved in the process. The world of investment banking is not for everyone to live in. This job profile comes with a very high competition and extremely tight working hours. But the financial perks offered are unparalleled. You will live a very fast-paced life and deal with exquisite clients while enjoying a lifestyle that others can only dream of.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real-time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.
Now, why we need to know compelling presentation? Because look, in the business of investment banking, our job is, of course, negotiating, which is a skill which we want to learn. Our job is to know how to do financial modeling, which is a skill which happens through nowadays Power BI, Tableau, with use of data analysis. Data analysis, you can use even R or Python, as well as you need to know how to create compelling presentation. So Excel, PPT becomes the key, but not simple ones. Okay. Why? You ask me why. Now that's a good question to ask. And let me answer you why you need to do a presentation which is compelling. First of all, your presentation should be short enough not to bore the investors, because their focus span is even lower than the goldfish, which is 1 second, right? So the moment they will see anything which is not of their use or relevant, they will lose an interest. And the moment they lose an interest, ask an investment banker the pain they have to go through to bring that attention and interest back. Yeah, it's impossible. So that is why every word, everything which goes into a slide should be a craft. It should not be art. It should not be science. It should be a craft which should show investment banking identity of that person, as well as the organization where he works. Now, if you work in a Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan Chase, or even Axis Bank Capital, ICICI Capital, you have a standard theme to build on. So at least you have an advantage that you have a standard theme. But still, what you put is an investment banker duty as a key to success. Okay. So, and it, most of the time, the people like you and me, or the investment banker who is available in our group, knows for a fact the juniors are the first one who will be tested on it. They will be given a responsibility which looks like a very simple responsibility, but you won't believe, from partner or director of that company to HR of that company will review your work. Yeah, so there will be a 360 review of your work. And this is the easiest thing to catch. Of course, investor will judge you and give you the feedback right away. But I'm saying the moment you will do this work, it will be checked, thoroughly understood, and reflected back. And thereby, whatever you do in a PPT has to be compelling, has to have a goal, and has to have a theme on which you build. How to do it? Let's discuss in today's class and next 2 hours. So welcome aboard, guys. And you are in a journey which will make a difference in your life. And as I committed, and I have told in several times in this program, that wherever you are today, trust me, you will have a capacity of 3x than wherever you are.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, which feature of PowerPoint allows us to add interactive elements? Now, for this MCQ questions, the options that are given here are smart art, transitions, animations, and hyperlinks. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is right one in the comment box below with 1 or 2-liner explanation.
Okay, I'm not saying you will be millionaire, billionaire. That's not my duty, and neither we are in that business. But you will definitely grown by 3x in terms of your knowledge, understanding, as well as monetary portion. Yeah. And how it will happen? Let's see one of the skill. This presentation is not going to teach you how to, design or how to work on a PPT, because I assume you know it. This presentation or this discussion which we are doing today will give you a tool as an investment banker to create a presentation which is compelling, precise, and with a purpose being created to get money or exchange money between two parties. How to create a compelling presentation, not simple one that you can learn in your, in your office, in your school. I know everybody of you knows how to create it. So let's discuss what are the things you should do before we start a presentation. First and foremost thing, you need to have purpose, and that too a definitiveness of your purpose. Please understand, this is a it is it is a it is a universal truth. Okay, whenever you start a presentation, you have time, you don't have time, going forward, what I recommend and what you should take as your personal input now, that you stop. Somebody is want you within 10 minutes one presentation. Okay, go get me all the data has to be plotted, all the medical transcript you have handled in last 1 month, go and get me in 10-minute time, in a graph, in a chart, on a slide. Please bring me back. What you have to do going forward, because you are learning this course and you have been made aware that planning is key, you will stop right there. You will ask yourself or to your senior or to your colleague, what's the purpose of this presentation or a slide? And what is the definiteness of this purpose? So which means there has to be some direction to that purpose. Okay, it cannot be a directionless purpose that, okay, my boss want to see what I have done in a month. That's of course is a requirement, but not only that, he wants to see how I have added value to it. Apart from that, there is a timeline to it. Only 1 month transaction he's asking, 1 month medical transcript, he's asking 1 month of loan mortgage which I have done, he wants to see in my presentation. So that's my purpose understanding. So that I have to understand, stop myself, create that into my mind before I touch my computer. That's the point number one. So before you begin creating any presentation, please make sure that you consider the why, W, yeah, important stuff. 4W, 1H has to be your friend in investment banking. This I will repeat not less than 50 times throughout our 30 hours of course or 35 hours of course. Okay, that 4W and 1H, which first is why. Today we are discussing why. And because it is a visual presentation, any small vagueness gives an impression which you don't want to give. Please trust me. Yeah, it's your voice which is more louder, because picture speaks, volume than actual volume you have. Yeah, one picture speaks thousands of words. Yeah, we have heard this statement, and that's a truth. Benjamin Franklin. Okay, I'm quoting him here. If the theme and content and image and infographic, nowadays another layer is infographic, which we need to understand. It's very simple to create. There are some tools available apart from PPT, your Word PPT, your Microsoft PPT. Canva is another tool which helps you to create, and they have built-on models which you have to readily use it along with videos and GIFs like somebody has done for me. Of course, I don't like all this, but they say it creates a mental impression in right away. So right now you are in question mode, even though sublime level, this is happening with you. And that's why picture is important. And this is one of the fundamental which we will discuss and decide why it is important. We will discuss that as well. So nobody will listen what I'm saying, but definitely that question mark is clicking you all the time. And audience gets engaged because that's your purpose. So the another purpose, which is again, is not that important. The important is that he has to be engaged. When my boss has asked and I'm preparing, he has to be definitely listening to me what I'm saying. Otherwise, if he is not listening to me what I'm saying, his purpose is defeated, that he asked me something to give and I'm unable to give. That's the problem. Yeah. And that gives a disengagement. So that is why I told you definitely know data analyst, which is a common word nowadays. Everybody is either scientist or analyst. You can be anything. Yeah. Either a scientist or analyst. However, both are different things and it's completely different paradigm, but people are using in the same terminology level. Digital marketeers are key to success nowadays. As you know, social media is the thing which capture all your stuff and gives you advertisement which nobody else can do. Not physically possible. Digital can do it. Financial experts need to create a client-oriented presentation, okay? Not based on my whim and fancy, the color I like, I should put that. Not definitely no. So that's another thing which you have to understand as a purpose, that this slides are designed for the purpose who is going to see it, not for me. So first you decided why I should do it. Anybody of these, so who is user, who is looking into this aspect or finance aspect or digital marketing aspect, a presentation is a key to provide a client insight. Okay, here in our case, they are observing all our data, because look, numbers are the most boring stuff for a lot of people, but for finance guys, without that they cannot survive. Even though it's a boring to read, but it's a critical to understand, and thereby anything which you vaguely put on your slides will create the impression that you are not a right candidate to hear. And thereby this is very critical and important to create a purpose. And purpose in terms of two: first we talked about why you are doing this, and second we are saying that for whom you are doing it. Okay, so second W. First W was why, second W was who. So for whom you are creating it, and it should be designed according to their requirement. Okay, so the audience requirement. So if you are planning to create such a business oriented presentation, then doing thorough research about same is quite critical. So you have to understand about your audience as well. What is they are generally, go to their website, go to their LinkedIn pages, you will understand what kind of combination they like. Yeah, in terms of the write-up, in terms of chart they like, infographic they like. You will be, nowadays, trust me, creating PPT, planning for it is key. You keep less time to type this stuff, because for that chat GPT is there, but more time you have to invest. What I have to ask to chat GPT? If you ask a wrong question, you will get a wrong, completely devastating answer. And it will change also, saying that, sorry, I am a computer created bot, I cannot answer you. And then you are gone. Yeah. So you can't trust them as well. Your topic has to be more creative and compelling anyway. That's the third part of it. So if you are preparing a presentation, the purpose of creating this presentation could be video or giving a sales speech, anything. But in our case, it's mostly a sales speech of somebody else's sales, which is a stock market, bond market, FNO market, gold, Forex, any instrument which we want to discuss in our investment banking. If I want to sell those through investment banking stuff, we use this. And thereby it has to be most appropriate, compelling, and convincing. And thereby the third W comes into play. We are talking about what right now? Okay, so you need to know what is my topic. You see, I told you, right? Particular concept. Concept means what exactly I want to deliver to my audience. Yeah, where and when, of course, will come into play, which will be my next topic of the purpose. So whenever you do this planning, take this 4W and 1H your buddy as your buddy. Okay, so there are always this 5 people who will help you, and you 6 are top 6 when this all 5 comes together. Clear? So first was why I am doing this presentation, second was for whom I am doing this presentation, and third is what exactly is my purpose, what is my concept which I want to deliver, what is my key here, key message, yeah, which I want to deliver, apart from creating the agenda, which I just told you in the beginning, right? I have 4 agenda today. So you know my agenda, right? To make sure that you are onboarded with me on a journey of investment banking with a tool which is very critical, looks very sublime, very normal, that everybody knows the PPT. What's there? What the heck? Why I should be worried about even learning about PPT? No, it is critical because this is the only tool you have between you and a person who will give you money. Of course, you are not getting money, you are getting only fraction of it. The real money goes to your employer, not an employer, your who has hired you, basically your clients, for whom you are working, on behalf of whom you are presenting. They gets the money or not gets the money depends upon your tool, which you should know is making a presentation. So the task which is important, which we have to understand, is creating the storyline or creating an agenda, yeah, which helps your understanding your audience to understand, or the investor to whom you are meeting to understand what is in it for them. Yeah. Why even they bother about listening to your story? What is the storyline you are carrying? Yeah. Means how it gets benefited. Look, till the time you create that mystery in their mind, or two, and that is why whenever I have seen, look, I will tell you one more gimmick here, which is a very low hanging fruit for any investment banker. They will always start with a problem statement. Try searching a pitch deck. First slide you will see is a problem statement. Yeah, because that immediately hooks the investor. Okay, so this is the problem. Do I have an interest in this problem? He will start relating to it. And if he relates to it, he is onboarded with you. From next slide, at least he will listen to you. Okay, so that's what we need to address. So this is a second W under what, which we need to address. That what is there for him to take into consideration. And there, of course, comes a play, which is storytelling. It's a new concept. Everybody talks about it, but trust me, all Indians are master in this game. Yeah, you go to train and you will realize how good we are in storytelling. Anybody can talk to anyone because we have that capability, which our nani and dadis has inculcated when we were a kid. Because you might have heard, or your mummy doing a lullaby, which is very common in India and rare in outside of India. So we are expert in storytelling. However, we need to learn. Still, a lot of people need to learn how to do storytelling. But this is there inherited in us. Just we need to develop this skill. And this is one of the critical skill nowadays in finance, because numbers are boring, as I told you. However, it makes interesting the moment you add a story to it. So all number guys, now you go to their website, LinkedIn profiles, they will say, I'm a number storyteller. Yeah, it's nothing but what we have inherited from our dadis and nanis, and we are trying to exploit that. It's nothing. But this definitely what happens is the success which you get is exponentially enhanced. Clear? And that is why you need to have a purpose. So we are now punched the purpose. Now we will go and slap the next topic, which is textual slide context. Okay. It's very important. Now, this looks very techie word. It's in simple term. What kind of text should go in your slides? Big terms, very simple answer. Because investment banking, the moment you will start understanding the jargon, it will become malai and makhan for you. Yeah, butter and I don't know, cream. Yeah, that's what. Very smooth. Because the whole thing is based on certain skills, understanding, and a skill set, which definitely I'm sure after this certification program, you will be able to handle with a full force. Yeah. So what do you mean by textual slide? Now, textual slides are the slides where people get the sleep. So if you want to take a sleep, get a textual slide. Now, how to make it better so people keep their eyes open, and that too wide open, so you get what you want, is doing the cosmetic surgery. That happens in Korea, but I'm talking about Indian context, that we have to create a story in text which is cosmetic in nature, but becomes a second of your nature. Yeah. So what you need to do? Again, very simple concept. It's created like a pearl necklace. All the pearls, if fits together, you will have what you want. So what I told you before, you need to create a story. Yeah. So in your purpose, you have already set all your whys. So it's a purpose driven. Now I am taking into the same thing into my text flow. So what I should do? Use a clear language. You don't need to be Shakespeare. I hope you are understanding. You can be Benjamin Franklin, write a good poetry, but need not to be Shakespeare. You don't need to use too big jargons for people not to understand. Use clear, simple language, but to the point. What do you mean by point? To the point. To the point means be concise. I can write 2 sentences for the same effect when I can write 1 sentence. What I do, I generally create bullet points. Even though I want to give a story, I make sure that a story flows in terms of steps. You know, when you see steps, it looks something decorative. I don't know if you have seen movies Havelis, yeah, specifically in old cinemas of Hindi cinemas, and in South still you will see Havelis, and the steps will be in between. Or you see monarchy films, yeah, or series, you will see the steps are in between. And why they are there? Because lift should be there, right? If I am such a rich guy, I should have a lift. Why I should have a stair? I have a stair because it gives the aesthetic. And that is why bullet does help. That is why I recommend, that is my style. Of course, your style can be totally different. I don't mind it. But what is the 2 point key points? It should be clear and concise. Okay. So that's what you have to focus in your presentation. Now, that is essential for effective communication. Look, you can talk Shakespeare was the best orator. You can say that he was the best magician of English. I can accept everything. But end of the day, is he effective to a common people or not? I'm not sure of. Okay. So the Englishman with the 1800 of tinge of understanding, he only can understand thy soul can fry in creamy oil. I don't know how to speak even that language, but yeah. So that message is clear, and that message has to communicate to you, which I have communicated, and that is what you have to do. So you have to understand your audience, which you did your whys. If possible, write it down in your notepad that why you are doing it, and then you use a story in a language which is concise in nature and clear in writing. If these two you follow, any text we create will be easy for people to follow. And that's why follow my theory is use bullets. Yeah. Even though story, but have the aesthetics of bullet, which creates impact which you want. Second and most important part in creating a textual slide is content planning. And why you need text? Yeah. You need text to converse this number or chart or in infographic in a language which you want people to understand, even though I'm not speaking to it. So if I put this slide in front of you, of course, my slides are little more text oriented. And the reason is I want you to give as a notes as well later on, which you will find on your LMS, which our team was just suggesting you. And thereby there are texts. So tomorrow, if you refer, you do not get lost in my aesthetics and necklace and Haveli. You also understand what I told you that point in time. And thereby there are a little bit of text. But when I will show you the examples, real-time pitch deck example, which I will do just in a couple of minutes before break or after break, we will do it. You need to follow that through. So what is the important here is content planning. So second aspect is content planning. First aspect in contextual text is it should be clear and concise. It should be like necklace with the pearl or a staircase in a Haveli with a content planning. And I will give you 2 tips here again. Of course, the numbers are only 1 because I follow only 1 number. Yeah. So the number 1 is avoid the jargon and use short sentences. See, does this make a sense? Yeah. Why avoid jargon? Why I'm saying I'm an investment banker. He's an investment guy. We should understand the same language, right? So why I'm saying avoid the jargon? Because sometime the same guy who is my peer would misunderstand that jargon into different language. Yeah. So why he can misunderstood? Because with him, there might be a board people also sitting, making a dispensation on that investment. So investment committee also comprises of board people of that investment bank or investment company. Okay. And there might be understanding the same word in different language because it's a jargon. Yeah. So, and best example I give, the same spirituala has a different understanding in HM, in hotel management, and same spirituala has a different understanding in biomedical science by a doctor. Yeah. So he can use it to spread your stomach when he's cutting it off, and the other guy use it for the steering your food. So please understand, that is why it is important that you jargon, but minimalistic in nature. Okay, I'm not declining it. I'm saying use it. Try it and you will see the impact. Okay. Second, definitely use the short sentences. Definitely, definitely, definitely. So like for hotel industry, location is important. I don't know why Vidya Balan is coming to my mind. She said something like that in one of her movies with Nasruddin Shah. Yeah. But here, short sentences, short sentences, short sentences is key to success. Yeah. The shorter the sentence, the better he will understand and gives an opportunity to meet you as well. Sometimes if he's not able to completely follow your sentences, but he will understand next to, because it's next to picture and all, which we will suggest you how to arrange a slide. You will understand how quickly they can follow and clearly if it is short. Yeah, don't make it 2 word, but make it short. Yeah, so there is a difference between 2 words and the short. And also if it is long, audience lose their interest because they are not there to read. Even though they have come, you got him in the hard format, they are there to browse through and make a decision. They are not there to read your language and understand your goodness of English. They are there to make decision whether this investment is relevant to me, and if it is relevant, what I should get out of it. And thereby that's the key. Now, the third point, which is important in content planning, is the active voice. We Indian, generally, even I have worked with US and UK people, we tend to, whenever we are talking about third person, we tend to go into passive. Yeah, Indian has a specific nature because we learn grammar thoroughly, and thereby we make this definite mistake. We always refer and use passive voice sentences. This is my experience. Of course, everybody can have their own experience, but I'm just highlighting the fact. Avoid it, even though you have that habit or not, but just try to avoid it. So even though you write it, reverse it back to active. Yeah, keep it in active, present tense, clear, concise, short sentences. If you follow these 5 words, I am definite your slides will come out so beautifully well that you will not recognize yourself. Yeah, like in Korea when they do the nose change or change, I don't know how they do it, but they do it and you don't recognize yourself, or lips works, whatever it is. So passive voice is generally gets, again, this is all you do because you want to reduce the confusion, bring the clarity to presentation, so the investment team doesn't waste their time to understand your language. They understand the point because you are concise, clear, and to the point, and thereby the message is directly going to their head. Active voice is when the subject of sentence performs the verb action. The sentence and verbs, combination has to be there. And passive voice reverses the stuff. I don't need to teach here you that, but I just put it. So tomorrow when you are referring my material, you understand that. And if you wish to sound confident, of course, in passive, we look confident sometimes, and project clarity in your writing, opt for using active voice. So if you want to show confidence, you want to bring the clarity in writing, use the active voice rather than passive voice, even when you are speaking. And that's the key to success. Now, fourth part and fifth part, again, here you see the number. Here are some tips for that as well. Eliminate the unnecessary words. Okay. Every word in your presentation should serve a purpose. Make sure each word which you throw there has a weight. Yeah. So the slide should dent. If it doesn't have a weight, it is just supporting your first word or second word, and too much of adjectives and adverb, try to remove those. Yeah, put only those which are necessary and convince your audience that what you are saying here is important to him. Yeah, remove the unnecessary phrases which does not add the value. So rereading your slides, at least on textual, is a mandatory going forward. So first thing which I put a mandatory for you is the planning. So put that 4 W's and 1 H if possible. If not, at least 3 or 4 W's. Second is look into your textual, which has to be concise, clear, bullet form if possible. A story in a sequence, short sentences, and then finally you need to reread. Just reread your sentences, remove the words which you don't, use a specific and concrete language to convey your message. Don't be vague. Don't try to, become political. Okay, if you understand that I have done 50 sales or 45 sales, let's put 45 to 50 sales. Nobody understands that. Or in mortgage industry, if one of you who writes that, look, this looks like I'm going to get a current ratio of 1 or 2, they will tear it off, that that kind of contract where you are putting current ratio of 1 or 2. Either it is 1 or 2. You cannot be vague. Yeah. So that's another point which we have to understand. Now 6 and 7 point, which is important and you need to follow through, is using the bullet point. Now here I'm specific and I am trying to give you a context to it.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, what is the purpose of using slide master templates in PowerPoint presentation? Now, the options that we have over here are: number one, to create consistent formatting and design; number two, to automatically generate charts and graphs; number three, to add audio and video elements to the slides; and option 4 is to insert macros for automation. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.
Use them with a highlight important information. So make me bold or highlight it, or try to put numbers in bold. Something like that will definitely, which appears visually, will help you for sure. Yeah. And be consistent. That's another thing which irritates me most. In one presentation, I found 20 fonts, 30 colors, 20. Create a rainbow, my dear friend, if you want to create, or let the rain happen in sunlight and I will find that. I don't need your slides to see 30 colors and 25 fonts and 20 sizes. Of course, you can do all that. Yeah. So be consistent. So if you choose 3 fonts, okay, be consistent all the slides. If you have selected 5 colors, be consistent, but make sure that there is a purpose behind those colors and those fonts. Okay. So if I have selected, say, Alice, or say Sandwalk, if these two I have selected, means I am little artistic. So that should reflect either your personality or your audience requirement has to be reflected in these two. That's a fundamental. Again, we will go into detail in next when we will talk about the graphical presentation. But I'm just giving you a hint here. Try to match your audience preferences, not yours. Or if you want to show yours, means you are really unique, artistic person, to show that. And then it is acceptable. Most of the branding guy, they bring their own touch to their presentation, and I never decline them. I really accept them. So that's another 2 points. So let me take to, before we go to the next slide, let me revise what we have agreed. Okay. So because this is the most boring stuff which you have to create into creativity and make it compelling. Are you with me, guys? That the creating textual slide is most boring stuff which we need to make sure that gets the most effective. And trust me, what I'm talking is directly printing into your mind. So next time when you will do, automatically you will try to find such kind of issues, or whenever you see somebody else's presentation, you will definitely relate to it, what I'm saying. So I have suggested you 7 points. First point was avoid jargon. Second point was use short sentences. Third point was active, 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 which was short sentences thrice. Okay. Vidya Balan. Coming back to 4 point, eliminate unnecessary word. 5th point, be specific and to the point. Remove the vagueness. Okay, don't try to act smart because people will judge you. The moment they will see the vagueness, they understand. Look, they are either your senior colleague or a opposite side who is critically examining you. So the moment you go vague, they understand you are trying to play around. Okay, so either they will judge you for that or they will understand you are trying to hide. So they will ask you a question because they want a clarity, right? They cannot present, because look, this is a whole process. Investment banking doesn't stop to between you, him, or the client. It is a process where they engage somebody else, which will be their investment committee, which will be their board of director, because somebody money is going to somebody else, right? So you can understand the trust which it requires. And that is why investment banker comes at a bridge. Remember, you are going to become a bridge between an investor and a person who seeks the investment. Okay, and that is why you cannot have anything less concrete than what we are accepting here. So 6th point was bullet points. Try to use it. Earth is round, not flat. You will never forget this. And be consistent. Yeah. So if you use rainbow, you want to use rainbow, please follow rainbow. If you want to use 2 colors, 3 colors, please follow that along with the font, and try to match the size. Size can be here and there because sometimes you have to play with the sizes to make an impact. Clear? So that's the most important part. Why we need to understand why the presentation is required for investment banking. So we addressed that. We told that you want to communicate to somebody else, and the best way is to present your ideas in a text so it can have a wider spread, and thereby it is key to have a compelling presentation, not a simple presentation. And that's why we need to learn. So we are not learning how to open file button, then save. That is not a discussion we are doing. Yeah, we are doing a discussion at how to create a compelling one. Of course, we will also touch upon what are the ribbons, what are the functions we have to use, how to increase the speed. But purpose was to make sure that when we create those and use those tools and techniques in Microsoft Word, we also know the purpose behind it. So second was 4 W's and 1 H, which we have to use, which is basically for creating a definitive of purpose for your presentation, which you will do whenever you will start a presentation, before you start a presentation, doing a presentation. Second, whenever you will think about creating a conceptual text slide, yeah, you make sure that textual slides have these 7 arrangements, which we just revised. Okay. Use the active voice, avoid jargons, use short sentences, eliminate unnecessary words, be specific and to the point, use bullet points, and be consistent. So what we are doing, we are imprinting everything together, which is regarding presentation, creating a compelling presentation. And we learned that how to make a boring stuff interesting, engaging, and entertaining with the help of Vidya Balan and Korean Job. Let's go to the next. Creating textual slide now with a content which we want. Here are some free tools which are available at your disposal. ChatGPT is the best one. However, you can't trust it. ChatGPT always use with your own mind and brain. Okay. Make sure that ChatGPT is not consuming you. You are consuming it. And this is how it will be all the time. No bot or AI can beat a human mind. Trust me. That is what I have seen throughout my life. Yeah. I have used R, Python, Basic, Java, you name it. And all apps only help me to go to the next level, but still my mind helped me to go to the second next level. And thereby use the tools which is available today. And trust me, tomorrow there will be some more and you will use those as well and create a slide which helps you to reach your purpose. You are driven by purpose to create a slide to convince your investment guys sitting on the other side of aisle and convey the message which your client wants to be conveyed. And here comes the free tools: Grammarly, ChatGPT, Quillbot. These all have a free version which you can use, and it definitely gives you an edge. Apart from that, use WordTune. WordTune is another AI based, and that gives you alternative sentences. So if you want to shorten or heighten, let me show you example. I always believe teaching with example, leading with example, and that's how you become a leader. And that's why today I handle a investment banking company. Yeah. So let me give you a straight example. So what I used a Quillbot mocker, Quillbot, which helps you to paraphrase. It also helps you to shorten the sentences. So what I did, I typed a sentence called "I am the best presentation maker in investment banking," and it gives me a alternative called "in investment banking," which is for fluency. I am the best presenter. When I took this to another AI driven bot, which is WordTune, what it did, I wrote here the same stuff. So I am the best presentation maker in investment industry, banking industry. Okay. And I am asking him to rewrite. He will give you thousands of options to me. Okay. So my presentation skills are among the best in the investment banking. As an investment banker, I am the one of the best. But I want a shorten one. Okay. I don't want a long one. So I will go put a shorten here, and it gives me a shorter version of the same thing. So which was my shortest was presentation are my speciality. Now, it's not a rocket science. A lot of us have learned throughout our education system that how to make it more concise wording. But I'm just saying nowadays you have at your disposal certain tools, Grammarly, of course, Quillbot, WordTune, as well as Chat GPT to do the same thing for you. So why not to use it? Okay, and definitely use it. That's the recommendation. Okay, guys. So that creates an content which resonates to high quality. So these are some examples I have given you. Now we are going to the crux of the matter, which is presenting your numbers into visually appealing designs. Okay, which is infographics, charts, graphs, or the information designed in a way which engages the audience. So let's at least start. Now, visual design. Now, what do you mean by visual? Look, any communication happens in three ways. First, with the words. Second, with the sound, pitch, all that aspect of, vibrations. And third and most important is seeing it. I will repeat myself. Seeing is believing, along with a picture says, and more important, impactful than 1,000 words. What we are doing here is trying to create a compelling presentation, right? So what will help me to create a compelling presentation? Definitely it pivot to visual design. Yeah. It gravitates to visual design, which you put in form of simple designs. You don't need to be artistic. You don't need to be, you are a numbers person, right? You are going to be in a business of numbers. So you don't need to be too much creative. Yeah, but you need to be visually effective. So you communicate the stuff in a way where people like. Wanted to know, we have to create PPT regarding our purpose to joining of this course and expectation. Absolutely. What is the purpose you have joined this course? Also, what is going right about this course? Purpose and expectation is same. Of course, what is your purpose is your expectation from the course. But we also want you to write about what is going right about this course. You have attended one class now, you have attended few sessions before as well, or you have seen our website. So what do you think is right about this course? Why you have joined? Okay, say W of this. Why have you joined this course? Your expectation is one side. Another, you think Intellipaat or IIT Guwahati, what it will add to you. That's what I want to look at the end of it. I will not only give you the theory knowledge, not also give you only the practical understanding of how the investment banking works. But as I have committed and committing again, I will give you two techniques and certain material which you can use throughout your career in investment banking. And that is why advantage is I'm doing in the business. I'm in the business. I'm dealing meeting investor. I'm dealing meeting client, taking pitches from them, giving presentation to investor, meeting them, fighting shoulder to shoulder with them. So don't worry, you will get what is currently going on, up to date knowledge, along with case studies, which is essential to become a real investment banker. Clear? To create a visually appealing design for your, specifically in Microsoft PowerPoint or Google Sheet, whichever you prefer to do, Google PPT, uh, it is important that, again, the purpose should drive that. The audience choice should drive that. Yeah, that's why I told you in the beginning itself, you have to have a definite of purpose about this presentation. And same goes to the visual design. What exactly you want to extract from this design? And secondly, does this have a relevance to the audience whom I'm talking to? Does he really want to know about it? Okay. That is important part. Yeah. And it should definitely, if you keep these two things into your mind, the purpose of this document and their interest in this document, why they should look into your words, design, visual design, whatever you are doing, will create a engagement. That is the key of the engagement. If you want to engage some people, they say you need to imitate them. So if you want to become Shahrukh Khan, imitate Shahrukh Khan. Someday he will definitely meet you. But I'm just giving an example. Don't do that. It is a crazy stuff. I don't believe in it. But they say imitate. That's the easiest way to learn. It's a low-hanging fruit again. However, being original is key to success. Becoming a successful person, easiest thing is imitating, but being original is where it will take you to the stuff. Now, creating a visually appealing design, Microsoft itself has done several analysis studies and created a templates for you. Okay. And those templates, if you try to minutely examine, in this case, now 365, by the way, is the most powerful. Let me be very clear about it. So Microsoft 365, if you open the PowerPoint, you will get thousands of options now in terms of design. So PowerPoint as a tool is become itself a AI driven stuff. Yeah, it has a multitude of design and theme, which is done after several researches. So they themselves are very appealing and comfortable to eyes. However, given that everybody uses it, sometimes it becomes boring and monotonous. Why? Because everybody uses it. So my previous presentation, I am taking 20 presentation in a day, for example. And you won't believe 60 to 70% of those are coming from Microsoft PPT only. Only 10% comes through EPS, which is Adobe Illustrator, or 10 or 20% comes from the Google PPT. Yeah, Google is trying to capture the market, but still 60 to 70% it comes from the Microsoft. And if just imagine if everybody is using the design template which is available in the Microsoft, it becomes monotonous. But again, this is the easiest tool. For tomorrow exercise, you can definitely use the template which are available. However, I want to see which one you have chosen and what is the reason behind it. You have to have a reason to select a template. Clear? You have to have a reason to select a template. That's the important. It is not important which template you are taking, but why you have taken it, ask that question and then select it. Because you have already decided a purpose, right? You have decided a purpose. You know your audience very well. You know his test. You know his way of understanding thing because you did a research and then you are approaching a PowerPoint. It will definitely make a different, altogether different aspiration and understanding of the design. So go to the design section. Let me open and show you that in practice, how it works, even though it's very basic, but I still want to not leave any stone unturned. Clear? So let's share this. So here, the moment I will open Microsoft, this is the screen. This is a blank screen, okay? This is what you will get the moment you will open any PPT. What I have to go and do is click the design. So I get option which is actually honed by Microsoft over a period of time. It's not done in one day. Okay. Now, when I'm selecting a design or a theme, I have to have a purpose why I'm selecting it. Okay. So if I selected a blank one with a orange tint, either my consumer or my product branding has this tint, this combination. That's what we have to be, clear about. So for example, my color, my company color, which is M&A Experts, which is an investment banking firm, has a green color. Of course, not this green. We have a different green completely. But I'm saying my color is green. So if somebody is presenting in my color, I gets, everybody likes their own son or daughter, right? Or their fiance or their wife or their, it's immediate attraction. And thereby, if somebody brings a color where I have a liking or I have a background, I immediately tend to gravitate towards it. That's the psychology. Now, apart from psychology, if somebody is using my brand combination or their brand combination, it's not necessarily my. Now, if you want to follow your own brand because you have a company and you are trying to pitch for that company, or you want to follow the company for which you are trying to place, that also makes absolute sense, because that shows that you have a determination, confidence, and strength in your brand. So you can also come up with your own liking and you can say that, look, I am a alpha male, sigma male, or I'm a sigma woman, and I want to show my thought process in this presentation, and thereby I am choosing my own colors. Perfectly okay. You have to just give me a justification, because this is the question or answer. I will do it with you and I will give you a chance to speak as well. Clear? So this is how this will open up. And next slide, the moment I will click on the next slide, it will give me a similar pattern. So new slide, if I add, for example, this one, you see still there is a background. Green color is going on. If I will type, it will follow the same font. Clear? Here also, if I will type, it will follow a white font, white stuff with a font of, which is here is, I think it is Corbel. I never used it in past, but this is also looks like a good combination. So this is one way of doing it. Next way is doing it. You can go to, okay, there is some issue here, but generally there is a online stuff is also available, which is a office template. We don't have any office template now, right now. I don't know why it's saying it doesn't have. So you can definitely put this subtitle themes and use while creating your presentation. There is no problem there. However, there are some online versions also available in the options in file, which I was trying to find. Unfortunately, somehow my net is not helping me there. Second is creating a custom design. So that is one. Most of the time people do use this to create their own unique stuff, which is essential. As I told you, as an investment guy, I might be seeing the same thing 1,000 times in my lifetime, and I might not be definitely interested in theme, color combination or else. So people do go and create their custom designs. So that is a bespoke, of course, bespoke patterns you can use in your themes, which can be based on the audience interest or the determination, conviction of the client or company, yeah, or the investment banker, his or himself or herself, liking, doesn't matter, but you have to have a conviction of why you are using the certain stuff. So that's the part one. Second part is the infographics, charts, or patterns which you are showing. Of course, it will be part of the theme, but when you do a custom design, you also make sure that also that has some purpose. It is driven by your purpose, which you set in the beginning. You can, of course, use single color palettes, search images on the web that matches that palette. So that also you should be specific, and I will give you tools for that as well. That there are certain image AIs which help you to do that and incorporate them into your presentation. So this is another task I am taking myself, which my teaching assistant should be making note of, that we will bring and show you certain tools for searching images which carries your thought process. Okay, so there are specific images nowadays AI can create, which is based on your requirement. So like you dream that I want to present to my audience a slide which shows in the sky there is a cloud and there is a bird which is invaded by or pierced by an arrow. Now this is your thought. You just type it there, and that AI will specifically generate that thing and give it to you. So, but that is very helpful. Why? Because most of the time we have a combination of ideas which we want to present on that slide, and generally people do not find those pictures on Google or high quality pictures on Google. So they use this kind of bots, and these are some of them are, I know, for free as well. They are okay. This will make your definitely it will make your PPT visually appealing. So that also helps custom designs. So one is the experience pattern, which is already available, and second is the your design skill. So this is one of the bad examples of a company which created a pitch deck, okay, which I will show you in form of teaser. So they kept it so bland that people do not want to get attracted toward it. And I will show you the same company doing other one. Of course, all these are proprietary, confidential, and copyrighted by the company which has given me the access to. Okay. But you see this cattle field company, right? They have used a bland color. That's their choice. No problem with that. Okay. Now I go to next slide in this. This is their teaser for project feed. Generally, we code company as an investment banker. We try to code them with a name. Which is kind of neutral. So you see here, I now used how many colors I have used. This is not me, of course, somebody else has done. This is the company who himself have done, and they shared with us, which we changed. I will show you that as well. So here we had single color on the slide. There is no tinge of even idea that next slide will have at least 4 color. So we have black, green, blue, and then we have fonts. You see, there is this font, which I don't know which font is it, but there is this definitely separate font. Then you have this font, and size is also different. And then you have numbers, and you have a heading which has a different font, which is acceptable. Heading and text can be a different font, but numbers and text should be at least relative in combination. So how many colors? 4 colors. Here we had a bland color in the previous page. And then we suddenly have another slide. So you see how much of text. I don't know how many of you are able to read the whole thing, but all these are important, right? These are all important. There is nothing which I can delete. It's not that he has created purposefully. It's the requirement which he's trying to communicate. But my problem is, can I read it in normal daytime? Definitely not. In right time to get a proper sleep, might be I will read for half an hour. I'm just joking. People are reading who needs to get the information. Of course, they are reading, but I'm just giving you example that if I want to get a sleep in proper in night, I will use this and sleep in the course itself. So I go to the next page, which is then he went to visual presentation. Okay, thank you. So they are giving the process of manufacturing process. So they are showing the process, and then they are showing what is the output. Makes completely sense to me. Yeah. Here they maintain those color combination, but the pictures are little reddish, yellowish. So you have a different kind of picture. Of course, it is a good presentation, but I don't like it. Doesn't matter, does it? As long as I'm ready to give money and they are ready to take money, it's fine. And this is the last slide, which they have again put some, photographs of their premise and how they work and etc. So this is one of the teaser, not complete pitch deck. It's a teaser deck. And the same company has given me additional information, and another person who created a pitch deck for them. Now this guy, again, you see here, he is going with a purpose. What is the purpose? Now this green color, basically this green and this green is their proprietary. This is their logo color. And that is why he was using some text into this color. Clear? Now that makes sense to me. And now in the front page itself, he communicated to me, boss, I will use 4 colors. 1, 2, 3, and white as well. In some time it will turn to be black. These are the 4 color I will use. I am convinced. I go to next slide. Okay. I'm not unhappy right now. So he shows me straight away that this is my premise. It looks good. Again, he changes a little bit of color here, which may be his brand color now. So that is the company color. This is the brand color. So True Meal is their brand. But you see, in the previous one, you have 7 pictures altogether, yeah, in one slide. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that in the previous one, they had 6, 7 pictures together. But here, they are trying to control the number of pictures. Correct. That's the difference. You see, this is more appealing, isn't it? That is what you have to play. Subtle, clear, and straightforward. Again, he is going to another slide. Shown me the product, full product. Half of the slide comes with that. Because this is what they are trying to sell me. That this is my product and it is important. And then they try to be bullet form, short sentences. Do you like it? Absolutely. Everybody likes it. So even though it's again too much of text, but still I will read it. Absolutely, Kushal. This is what I'm trying to indicate to you. So I have a bad example and I have a good example of the same company. It's not a different company I'm taking. So what sometime an investment banker receives and what he converts to, that is what the investment banker duty is. Or going forward, you do in your normal business. Please do it for next 30 days. If you get a chance to prepare a presentation, please do in a fashion which we have agreed today. And you will see the difference how, and the more you will make, the more successful you will get, the more expertise you will get in this area. So he has used black and blue, made simple colors, bullet points. When they want to indicate numbers, they are very clear in 3 lines. They are 3 words they are trying to show me there. Go to the next slide. Again, you see only 2 color they are maintaining, one side photograph. So previous slide, they have followed the same. Yeah. Photograph, big photograph, text. And then again, they have a photograph on right, on left, they are writing some stuff. There are bullets. Unfortunately, those bullets are not that clear, but there are black bullets. Have you guys able to notice it? I could not. So that's one of my comment. Of course, I've seen so many, so I can notice even small changes. But this is what you have to see and make sure that it doesn't happen. So if you have a word in white, background is gray or black, make sure the bullet is also white, so it gets contrasted. Okay, clear? Is it making sense? Are you able to also see what I am able to see? Because this is what I want you to do. So this is what has to be seen. But look, the sentence is still very shorter and to the point. So even though it is a lengthy slides, approximately he has 13, which is standard is 15. Okay, in market it is 10 to 15 is a standard for a pitch deck for first interaction. For second interaction, you can have a complete IM, which is information memoranda. This is another document. I will show you later and I will show you how to prepare. But that's another document, key document for any investment banking. But today we are discussing about teaser and a pitch deck. So then he went to tabular form, put the numbers. Of course, he put some graphics as well. There is a purpose. He wants to show that they are into transitional phase and see how creative they are to show that. Okay. So they use a dice or a cube. What do you will say this? Cube or dice? For me, it looks like a cube. What do you think? Okay. So let's assume these are cube, but those cubes are changing. You see, it was big here and then it gone far away. So it is getting shorter and they are trying to say they are into transition phase. And this is small stuff, but it does gives us subminimal aspect of it. He tried to use some colors here, but these are kind of palettes which go in the sequence. So maybe it is still acceptable. However, this talks too much, this slide. Try to be very concise. Now, few of the company follows a simple rule. 3 pointers and each 3 pointers should not exceed 3 pointers. He has only done mistake. He has added 1 more point. No slide should have more than 3 pointers. This is a new concept, new trend. People are sticking to it. And it makes a better sense as well. So if you are using a photograph and 3 pointers, it helps. But he has a lot of to convey. Thereby, he is using some stuff. Again, combination of similar colors. They use the red color to just make sure that you go and watch their video. So they are trying to attract you there. But again, you see 2 to 3 colors max. Again, whichever photo they want to show is you bigger, they try to do that. And here 6 pictures are there, but the combination which they have used, you don't feel awkward. This slide talks again too much, but they are trying to be still spaced out. So there is a picture on one side and the write up on another side. So you have a space to think through. Now he has used a chart, very critical and important. However, I don't like this chart. Nowadays, infographics are more suitable for such kind of presentation. But sometimes people trust that numbers are important for them because this company exists. He is focusing his past background as well. And thereby he has used a graphical presentation which looks readable, and thereby it's you see even the smallest stuff they have shown the invoices. Yeah, very simple to understand, that look, whatever they are talking has some truth in it. That's what they're trying to put. They have shown their team, research and development, how the research is happening. So what I was trying to show you, this is one kind of too much of voluminous data. Somebody prepared very monotonous, bad slides on the same thing, and an investment banker tried to be little creative and presenting in a manner which is compelling. Not 100% compelling, I should not say that, but definitely it is compelling. Now I will take you to another example, okay? So this is another example of influencer marketing technology. And this is another competitor for the same company, okay? Investment pitch take. Of course, all these are confidential. I will prefer it to be deleted from the videos later, but let's see how that goes off. So this guy, you see, straight away to the problem. You see the competitor, straight away to problem. Regular challenges. He's saying challenge, he's saying problem. He's shown a problematic lady. No, it's not a problematic lady. Sorry, don't mind it. She is in problem, okay? So that's the right interpretation. So she is in a problem and we are talking about a problem. So it communicates to you at sublime level. This guy went to us, with lenses all the way through. You see lens all the way. And he's talking about challenges which a brand feels. And they are talking about they are the similar company, similar segment. I just brought it for you. And both are running, by the way, they want money. If you have, please give it to them. So, and then the first guy talked about the problem. See, short sentences, clear documentation, 3 to 5, 5. He's following 5, okay? 3 to 5, showing with a picture, the visual representation, and then he's going and talk about the solution. This guy talk about the challenge, go to the key problem address. So how he's addressing again a solution. See how cohort behaves, how the industry behaves. They follow exactly the same, okay, the pattern. Then he says, why now? Why it is important now? So he's talking about some numbers, some engagements. You have to talk about it. Why now? Why today? Why not after 10 years down the line? And this guy again talks about same. He's talking about still about himself, that how he does his business. Okay. He doesn't feel it is important to tell why now. And of course, he's gone into why now continuation. There is a market opportunity as well, and thereby he's doing it. This guy will talk about it. So why does who does? So he's still addressing about his company. Okay. So he's servicing agency, brand, creator. So you can take any theme which you wish to. And this guy is talking about market opportunity. He thinks market is important. People should know. And then he introduces himself. This guy is introduced right after problem and solution. Clear? Both are AI. One is AI driven, one is without AI driven. So again, now traction, this company exists, has done good business. So he will talk about what he has done. So he has 92 brands, 25 champions. You see, are you seeing the color combination here? Okay. He started telling me that there are 3 combination color. I don't know, it's a teal or something. My kids know better than me all these colors. They are hardly 10 years old. But I still can't differentiate between blue and teal and sky blue. Okay. So that challenge I have. So I have a solution to that as well. That is my kid. Okay. And then he went to orange and he's sticking to these 2 colors. You see? This combination of two palettes is sticking to it. Wherever he wants to highlight, he is using orange. And then he is following his color. Numbers are bold, clear, straight to the point. So you know what they are talking about. Okay. Nicoya has 3 stream of revenue. So he talk about that. Then he goes into who all are existing player. This guy also will talk the same thing, you see. Competitive advantage, who is the competition. Then this guy goes into, then he talks about the competitive landscape. He ranked them. He put their plus and minuses and what they are doing differently. This guy goes about and talks about the business model, how he's doing, which that guy has talked before. Then he talks about his client. He has limited clients, so he's going into detail of those clients. You have heard him. He says 92 clients, so many things about himself. And then they went into people. This guy also will go into people, which is here. Yeah. And then he talks about the roadmap, the traction, whatever it is there, that also you need to put. And then they will go into financial projections. This guy will go into their financial projection and their ask, because that guy has some experience. He has done that.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, which PowerPoint feature is commonly used by investment bankers to showcase complex financial data? The option 1 that we have over here is slide transitions. Option 2 is custom fonts. Option 3 is slide animations. And option 4 is charts and graphs. Think thoroughly and mention your answer in comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real-time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.
So let's go first part. What we discussed, the things which we need to do before creating presentation. We need to have a definiteness of the purpose, which is first you have to understand what is the purpose. And whenever I suggested you guys that whenever you get a assignment or you want to start a project with a PPT project, specifically PowerPoint project, you need to stop yourself and ask 4W and 1H. Yeah, generally you have to ask. Sometime in 3W you will be able to reach your answer. So you need not to dwell on the fourth one and the H one, which is 4Ws are when you start your presentations, ask that question, why I am doing this? Yeah, what is the purpose of this presentation? Is it for addressing certain problem? Is it for addressing a board requirement? Or is it just my boss is asking to give him a support in terms of helping up with certain slides? Whatever case may be, but that's the reason before you start, you need to have it with you. Ideally, you share somewhere in your notebook or in your notepad or in your computer, stickers, post-it stickers. You just write that this is the purpose I'm starting this presentation. That's the key. That is the driving force, which will make sure that your audience is engaged because you are trying to address their requirement. Second point was, which we are covering here, understanding the purpose was for whom we are doing it. Okay. So most of the time, we as an individual, UX we defined yesterday is user experience, and somebody also defined UI for me yesterday, which was if somebody uses software from software, I think he must be knowing it. But UI UX researchers are very well in demand nowadays. People are getting well paid as well. Data analyst is another one. Data scientist is completely different segment, along with digital marketer, financial experts like you and me. They need to create client-oriented presentation. So we also said that for whom you are creating. So what do you mean by whom? So if it is your boss, you need to know what exactly his system work, what kind of presentation he likes, how he expresses himself. Is he quite emotive in his expression? Is he quite subtle? Is he quite straightforward? Why? Because when you know that into your purpose, when you are writing, before you are starting the presentation, you will try to develop a model or a presentation which will, at least that blockage gets out of your business. What do you mean by blockage? Because generally people have a filter of their preferences. Whenever somebody looks at certain deliverables or a report, they have their filter on. So the moment they will see something which is not going according to their likey, they tend to give a lesser marking when they are reviewing your document. Lesser marking is lesser attention. To capture the attention, I generally do, I go and look out to my investor to whom I am going to talk, or to my client whom I am going to talk. Online, just Google it, just go to LinkedIn, type his name, just ask some AI bots that what exactly he does, what is his profession, because that will give his background. So if somebody is doctor, you know their handwriting. Yeah, that was another joke we can have here. So I know their handwriting, so they don't care about anything I write. He will be able to read it. Same I do with theirs as well. So I think reciprocation should be the case. Nevertheless, they go for attention. They go for attention for detail. Joke apart, that is what doctors are looking. So if my client is a hospital chain, which is a recent case study, which everybody should be aware about, is Manipal getting acquired by Singaporean investment company. So Sovereign Wealth Fund, I think, is about a Timsec, which has acquired. Anybody know about this case? Just type it, you know it, and give me the acquirer name, not that Semsec. Give me the acquirer name. Okay, so that's quite a big chain has been acquired, and now Manipal with this money is going to acquire another chain. So that's the business which is happening. So when you are talking to Timsec, for example, I'm just saying it's a Singaporean investment company, or you are talking to Manipal hospital chain, how you talk to them. What you need to keep in mind when you are preparing a pitch deck or teaser deck or information memoranda, which are critical document or prospectus for IPO company like Paytm, what you should keep in mind. So one is a standardization. So first of all, DHRP, which is also prepared by investment banker or underwriter or the people who supports consulting businesses like KPMG, EY, or Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. Their duty is, or their team duty is, first to address the SEBI. So what are the SEBI requirements? So there is a listing, LODR. So these are listing obligation and disclosure requirement, which are given by SEBI. Yeah, this is the key for preparing your documentation or presentation when you are doing for the SEBI. Yeah. So you have to definitely make sure that these kind of stuff are disclosed, these kind of stuffs are, obligations are matched, because that becomes the key to success with the SEBI. So he will not waste his time to understand your way of presentation. Yeah. So there is a standard clauses which you have to cover, a standard chapter which you have to create, and same goes to the presentation. So presentation is not only limited to Microsoft PowerPoint, I'm saying it is also related to any document which you create in the domain of investment banking, has to be compelling enough, has to be without any resistance, so it gets through. So first thing we talked about was purpose, which is important, and how to find that purpose. You ask why you are doing it. First of all, why you are doing this document. Second of all, for whom you are preparing. And once you know this, you go to a third part, which is that what is in it for them. Okay, what exactly these guys are looking into this kind of document, what they will expect from me to produce. And like LODR, we need to know those clauses of SEBI if I'm preparing any presentation to SEBI. Clear? Now that's quite an important one. Then there has to be a story, yeah, which has to flow. So in through your slides, which was one of the tasks I have given you yesterday, and few of you have submitted, which we will discuss as well. So there definitely nowadays it is a key skill. Indians are very good at it. Only thing, they have to hone it. They have to remind themselves, because of their grandparents being quite a storyteller. When we were young or when we were a kid, they used to sleep with us and tell us. So we have that skill. Only thing we have to create into slides, bring it into our profession and use it as much as we can. Then we went into the second segment, which was creating the textual slides content. And we discussed about there that first and foremost is that use the clear language. Don't use Shakespearean language. Don't use lot of jargon. Of course, in investment banking, you have to use the common words which are going on. You cannot use the layman language, but don't use jargons, because that will create again a barrier, and that document will not be flying enough for the purpose which you are creating. So it is very essential that for effective communication, your message to the audience has to be clear and concise. Concise means to the point. And for that, I have given 7 tips which are critical to address those. So first was avoid jargon, which I said earlier as well. To become a concise and to readable, avoid jargon, avoid the simple terms, but definitely to the industry. For example, in hotel industry, there is a word called, rave par. Yeah. Now, if I don't use RevPAR in my documentation, it will look like I do not understand the industry. But RevPAR is a typical language which is used for accounting of hotel industry, which is basically terminology used for the revenue per available room. So they calculate, there is a matrix for it, and that's why I'm saying as a industry matrix you need to know. Same goes to IT industry. Same goes to forex transaction. So how much losses you make. So those we cannot avoid, but we should not use too much of adjectives and adverbs unnecessary where it is not required. That's what it means. Second, use concise words and short sentences. Don't write a full story. You have to have a full story. But it should be like a staircase. I told you yesterday. The staircase means you can have, again, I will tell you in the next one, bullet points. But bullet point doesn't mean that you cannot have a story there. Yeah, still you can write a story in a form of bullet as a staircase in a kind of haveli, or in a kind of a villa, where the stair goes. In the movies we watch, right, in the midst of it, it's going for the to show that richness of the house and opulence of the person who is owning that house. So that kind of structure, it should be a stepwise, bullet wise, short sentences, crisp and to the point. Okay. Third one which I have recommended is use active voice, and active voice only. Don't use any passive voice. Avoid it completely if you can. Yeah, because they creates confusion, and vagueness is one of the crime in investment industry, which I also explained yesterday, that it doesn't help you. It definitely because people on all the sides knows you are smart, but they also want to talk with you in that smartness. Yeah, so they also treat themselves that they are smart enough to catch you if you are trying to mislead them, and thereby be careful about it. Then we went into fourth point. We said that eliminate unnecessary words. So how you will make a short sentences? Try to eliminate certain words which are not necessary for helping you on that page. So that's another tip, very critical one, but it helps you again and again. Fifth one, be specific. Don't be vague, which I repeated just a couple of minutes back, that if you will be vague, if you will be not concrete, people will immediately see you through, and that becomes a negative point for your reflection. And 6 and 7s are very simple ones. Use bullet points. That's my 20 years of experience, and most of us yesterday agreed to it, that they would go ahead with a bullet instead of sentences. So even people who are coming into the industry, they believe in bullet points. And be consistent. So if you are using a certain kind of language, try to stick with that language itself. Don't change your font. Don't change your language from page to page. Don't change your font. And we saw some examples as well. If you remember, we took 2 real-time pitch decks and we compare their previous pitch deck and the new ones which people have people has used, is equivalent to 1,000 words. Yeah. And that's absolutely true, at least in terms of presentation. People tend to avoid reading the text when you are presenting it. Of course, when you submit in hard copies or you submit in a PDF format, people do read it as well. but a picture there directly impacts their subconscious mind, sublime mind, and that creates an impression about your business which you are trying to communicate. Clear? And thereby, even though the picture might not be obvious, but it's very critical for you to have a picture which is effective. Now, picture is not the picture which is sitting here with three, two boys and one girl talking on a computer, something. That's not the picture. The picture is overall your document presentation, where my logo sits, how my writing style is, what font I am using, what is the size of font, what kind of variation in my presentations are. And a very good example I have seen is one of the team member, one of the student has submitted to me. Without taking the name, I will show you that how she has used a particular design pattern. Of course, everybody has their own way of expressing themselves. That's completely acceptable. But my point will be, when I will show you that those example, is that how to present yourself. So two things. One, I told you that you have to look into who's your audience, try to capture their understanding, their way of liking. And second, if you are strong enough and you want to put your point of view, then you can carry your personality there. So it is not necessary that you have to, follow somebody else's requirement only, but also you have to make sure that you show your personality. Mostly the branding people, if you will meet them, or marketing people, they try to bring their slides with their texture. Yeah. So their personality, their feeling, and their way of expressing. That also is absolutely okay. And one of the best examples there is Steve Jobs. He always carried his own, conviction in whatever he did. And today we are blessed with a certain equipment which he has made. Give me an example of a Steve Jobs product which you know personally and you like it in the chat box, please. So that will give us another company understanding and people who have design mentality, how they work it out. Clear? So I need somebody to type it. If they heard about Steve Jobs, I believe everybody should be. Given in our generation, he is one of the key people. Of course, MacBook. So Naveen loves MacBook. This is how we know, that what is your liking and what's your flair. And that also gives me an edge when I'm preparing a presentation to you, Naveen. So I will make sure that my design appears in MacBook style. It fits your computer. Look, when same presentation I send to MacBook, I try to convert into PDF. Yeah, because even though he has a Microsoft Office on his Mac, it will not appear right. So these are the key which we need to find it out before we prepare our presentation. This is one of another tips I'm just giving you guys. So visual design, where you will start with. So appealing design, of course, in PPT is easy to do. And the reason I have shown you few designs which are available, and these are designs prepared by after so many research and people are accepting. However, we always suggest that you have to have your own customized stuff. So in design, if you see, so if you see design here, that's the design. These are the common design which are available. But the problem sometimes these design faces is that everybody is using now and then, and these designs are there since Microsoft launched it, PowerPoint, in the first time, not at least first time, but 2010 onwards, these designs are constant. Before that, there were different kind of designs and limited ones. Now there are a lot of options. So I have given you two other options to create. One is that you customize it, which I will show today, that how to customize, how to create your own master file. That will happen in the hands-on experience side, which we will go and try to do it. Few of the tricks we will try. And second and most important part is that even in Microsoft, yesterday I tried to show you, which is not happening here, but Microsoft itself has an option. It's available generally when we are trying to open or creating a new, it gives option here. Somehow mine one is not there. What I'm trying to address here is that try to open in your computer the same thing and try to go to new. You will find an option here, the search online templates and thing. Actually, if you have Microsoft 365, there is an assistant offer as well. So you can just write that I want an assistant to create, say, for help me with, so let me type something here, slides on IT industry. Yeah, so generally it gives me option, gives me template. but right now it's not happening on my computer. Oh yeah, see, this is what I was talking about. So you write the template there and you get enough option. Now I can go and create templates, and I can get other options as well. So I do not limit myself now to the style which are downloaded on my computer. Okay, so it's not catching enough. But my point was this only, that you write template and you will get enough templates now. Whichever you want, you can take one and work on it. We'll do that same thing anyway at the end of the lectures. So let me go back now and to cover the theory part of it mostly. So at least the concept goes into your mind. So whenever you touch your computer, you go with those steps which we are agreeing or which we are understanding is helpful to create a compelling PowerPoint presentation. Okay. So first step in PPT visual design is simplicity. Yeah. And the best example of simplicity I want to show you now to the person who sent me a presentation. So now you see, I come to the front page, be it in PDF format, I will see the first page first, or be it in a hard copy format. Now, when I come to it, I understand the personality which is going to speak with me is going to speak in my language. Yeah. So first point, simplicity. This slide doesn't take my attention anywhere other than the topic which it has been writing. You see, even the top pointer is indicating that I need to read what is written below. So that bold red color or dark red color on the purple page with the simplicity of writing. Now you go to next page, you see the same thing. So that gives a consistency. So simplicity, nothing means that whatever you are trying to communicate, it is simple enough for other person to receive. Now, this is my choice. That's why I'm liking it. Somebody who wants to have a complex world, he can have a complex understanding as well. Now, I'm going back and we'll keep coming back to this to just relate to it. Yeah. That how you can create a better slide. Also, we'll go and check up today. Also, we'll look into the pitch deck, one or two, and try to see how they are trying to use this kind of visually appealing designs. So what they have done right, what they have done wrong, we will definitely go and see it. Okay. And that will give you a feel and understanding of how investment industry prepares a presentation in terms of pitch deck, in terms of IM, in terms of information memorandum, which requires a lot of information to be conveyed. And in that case, the textual, which we talked about the previous slides, basically regarding creating textual slide, how to address those slides as well. So that also is very important. We will see. And there also people are visually very creative sometimes, which again takes your attention to particularly that area. So keep it simple. Avoid too many colors. So like purple. So you follow the purple and plus one color. 2-3 colors are totally acceptable. We saw yesterday, even people have used 4 colors in pitch deck and other. But beyond 4 colors, if you are going to several colors, it becomes a rainbow, which people will have observation to miss. You are trying to distract them. And our purpose for this presentation or documentation, which you are preparing, to keep their attention alive, engaged, so you get the result which you want. Agreed? Now, so thereby I have said that avoid too much of color, which makes the presentation uncluttered. And if you will use too much of color and different font style on every page, or maybe 5 font style on the one page itself, it looks unprofessional. And trust me, chartered accountancy, investment banking, doctorship, engineership ask for a professionalism. Yeah. So to being a professional, try to control so many colors, so many fonts, so many pictures in one page. Of course, if it is required to show a picture, that page is for the picture, like in previous pitch deck we saw, we can still show a lot many, but try to follow the pattern, at least the pattern which conveys the message properly. Second point for the design tips, use high quality images. I have seen several. Miss, yesterday I was telling you that I have seen 1,000, and when I was today morning I was taking a tea. I thought not 1,000, maybe more than 2,000 slides which we have seen, presentation we have seen in my 20 years, and you won't believe 60% of those sometime I have seen picture with complete grainy pictures. Yeah, you won't believe what impression it gives to a investor or investment banker or a person who is seeing it. He sees that you have not put the enough effort. He doesn't see that you could not find that photograph which was your likey to put on that slide. He thinks that you have not put the enough effort. So that even though your effort is quite phenomenal, but a grainy picture or picture which is not clear and not a high quality, because nowadays you go on Google and you can find those pictures. It's not very difficult. And today I will show you some tools which helps you to find those pictures, even create certain picture which fits to your requirement. Okay. But very critical part. Let's do that. You want to see how to search a good quality picture? Or you guys are, sir, which font looks more professional? Now, Vivek Junjunwala, look, it's very subjective answer. You should follow your company branding style first. That's your approach. Second, when you are doing for somebody else, like investment banker generally does a presentation for their client, so try to match their fonts and their color combination. That's the step number one. Step number two, I told you, you can put your personality there. So you, whatever your company or your likey is there, like I like mostly Arial color. Yeah. It's or in investment banking industry, there is a Helvetica, but that is limited to MacBook. Okay. Helvetica is another font which people use. I'm ready to give you this, but what my point here is, you have to go step by step. So first, if you are presenting for your client, you try to stick with that. Second, the stakeholder requirement for whom you are preparing, right? I told you for whom you are preparing. So if it is for SEBI prefers one specific font color. Earlier, they used to love Times Roman because that's what every document should be. So let me take you to at least one straightforward. Let me find waves. Yeah. So now one search everybody can do is wave. Yeah. Very simple. Now that will never give you a picture which you want. Okay. You get all the waves, but the picture which I am talking you will never get. First of all, these pictures are too heavy in nature. Always try to search with either wave 4K. Okay. That will give you the high quality picture. Minimum, you know, our computers are 1900 plus nowadays, wide screen one. Yeah. So first thing you need to do is 4K. Now 4K will give you a 4K picture. You see a high quality picture. There are specific 4K pictures like this one, and you will see the design difference itself. Now, but here is one more problem. Yeah, more problem. This has a huge file behind it. So second trick which I apply is I use PNG. Now, the moment you do PNG, the file becomes lighter. If you try on your computer, you'll find that. Try to download two files and you will see one has a lighter version, which is PNG one, and one has a very heavy file, which is a JPEG version. But sometimes it is difficult to find, so you can use. Now I will give you 4 other alternatives. Of course, I have more than 10, which I will share with you, where you can find mostly free stuff. So first one you can use is PEXELS, Pixels. Now, Pixel is a website where you can find free stock photos. Yeah, here you can come and type the same thing, and trust me, those photographs are sometimes very professional. This lot of social media guys are using nowadays. So here you come and you will see a very high definition photograph, and whichever way, lot of options are there. Mostly it is free. Okay, that's the size, site number 1. So PEXELS.com is first one. Okay. Again, it is going to panelist site. Avinash, you have to help me to post it into the group, please. Okay, so that's one website which you can use for free stuff, a free photo. Second one is another one is called Pixabay. Now, Pixabay is another website which helps people to find again stock photographs, and it also have video templates. So sometimes people want GIF files behind, like we are using, you can use as well, but only try to be little professional with the videos. Yeah. Because video does cross a lot of time a line, because you are a student and I'm in the class. It makes sense for me to use any kind of GIF, but when you are presenting it to the investor, try to limit the videos, okay, because they definitely distract. But this is another website which is, oh sorry, Invato. Pixabay is another website where you can find a lot of different images, free too. Yeah, royalty free. They are completely royalty free, so you can definitely use in any kind of pitch deck which you wish to. And again, most of the Canva users are using nowadays. So the second one is Pixabay. Okay, so free pick does give a lot of vectors. Vectors are helpful when you are trying to give notations. Okay, very nice one. These all also has good photographs, and these all are free and royalty free. Look, free is a different stuff. You have a lot of ways to get free. When I took photo, if you were in my class, I would have told you how to hack it. But these are free. These are real free. So of course they have a limited kind of stocks images, but they do help in most of the time of our presentation. To create the design, first is keep it simple. Second, always try to use high quality image. Sometimes we take photograph on our phone, and in that case, maybe there is a blurriness. In that case, and those are important images to be present to your boss, to your colleague, to your, in that case, it is allowed, but try to avoid it. That's what my, because it does give a wrong impression eventually. Third tip is use white spaces. You see in my slide, right? Are you able to see the slide? How much percentage I have covered? Not more than 50 to 60%. Try to see it through my text, through my picture, through my design. I'm not covering more than 60% of the whole page. So white spaces does gives a richness to the slide. It gives it let people to focus on certain spaces where they need to focus. For example, in my case, I put a blue, not blue, teal color marker, and then I write it there. So people immediately gravitate toward that, marker. And then there is a white space which creates a separation between these two and also gives a richness. So that's another suggestion. Very handy, and it works like charm. Try it and it will work. If you will fully cluttered, pack the page, at least when you are doing a presentation, definitely not acceptable. However, you have to pack the page when you are into creating a document mode, for example, for SEBI, for creating information memorandum. Then I will show you certain design where you need to pack it, but still there are ways to make it attractive and make it visually appealing. Those are different tips which I will definitely give you and show you some example. Clear? Then comes the contrast. As I told you, here I have used teal and black, then white and black. Works like a charm. Use contrast. Using contrast in your design is critical. It is definitely a yes. Whenever you if you don't have a contrasting color, it will definitely not be visually appealing stuff. So it is a definitely go to strategy that you use the always a contrasting color. So that's the fourth one. So we have done four tips till now. Let's go to the next one. How to make visually appealing designs on your slides. So here again goes the be consistent, which is consistency. In textual also I have suggested you that you need to be concise and consistent. Here also is the same thing. Here I am specific about fonts, pictures you are using, the design, the contrasting color, which we have agreed just now, has to be consistent on all the pages. So specifically the color scheme of your slides, font style, and design element throughout your slides has to be standardized. If that's not there, miss, you are making a grave mistake in your presentation. And I have found out many of the times client who are technical, very literate in computer, they are coding neural, neural codes they are coding. And still I found out their slides were missing on consistency. Sometimes they are using larger fonts, sometimes they are using smaller fonts, and then too many of variation. You can of course use 2 3 font style, but if you have too many of those style and size, then it definitely creates a bad impression about your presentation. Then you go to, of course, you have to consider the audience again here. If they are subtle people, if you are, say, for example, if you are preparing for Japan, you cannot keep the same stuff which you will create for UK. Completely different. They need more caramel color, more natural stuff in their presentation than the US ones, where you keep on showing the high-rise buildings on their slides, a lot of interactive people. So that cultural aspect, that audience aspect plays a big role as well. So you need to search with certain terminology, like when you are searching for Japan, you make sure that you use those terminology for that particular city, culture, and people. That creates a different impression. Now look, why I'm talking this, because this fits into your subconscious mind. So whenever you'll approach your presentation, you'll see the difference. Trust me. Any presentation which you made, or which you are going to make, and just go back 2 years ago presentation which you have done, you will definitely see a huge difference, my dear friends. Yeah, that's my commitment to you. So after I finish this, try to do something, how you approached it, what was your outcome, and was that outcome is better than the before or not. So that is why we are talking all this. Now, very, very sensitive stuff in PowerPoint presentation, very, very sensitive. And that is animation and transition. Yeah. If you do too much of it, you lose again attention. If you do less of it, you are poor in your presentation skills. Okay. So this is like a rope, which one side is a ditch, another side is a fall. So you have both side. You have to walk that rope in a way that you cross your purpose. You are driven by the purpose, so you cross the river, but still you are not falling on any side. And thereby, uh, animation and transition is key in terms of sensitivity. Yeah. So you have to limit yourself particular to certain kind of interest. For example, it definitely adds interest and emphasize important points. For example, I have shown you question marks I have used here. Yeah, my team has of course created this. They use question mark. Now that might be no for me if if I am doing a presentation to client. But you see this, yeah. But for people like you, when I'm interacting, this is definitely yes. And my team convinced me that this kind of anime do work nowadays. Yeah, we are used to it in your chat box, in our Apple phone, and people do understand it more better if I use. But you see, throughout slide, only one place where I have used my anime, just to create a relativity between you and me. I have used here. You see here, but does this become too much of it? My point is, but that is why I'm saying this animation is and transition is a game which is very difficult to play, and most of the time it is safe not to use it. Let me be very honest with you, miss. Given a chance, out of 100 times, only 10 times I will use. If it is me, I don't know about you guys. It's very difficult to judge who will see your presentation and how he will feel about it. Now, thankfully, in investment banking, most of the documents get converted into PDF. Okay. So even though you use animation or not, it goes into without animation. Only the time when you are presenting it to the guys, either online or offline, through your computer, then only you can use this as a indicating the important point or trans indicating to the same thing. Clear? So very important topic. very difficult to express, and everybody can have a huge bias towards something or toward nothing. Yeah. And thereby I'm saying, however, it is important to use them, but use them sparingly. Okay. And strategically, very important words, these two words, sprangling and strategically. Yeah. It looks very simple, but be careful about it, that we should not use very frequently, often, or without any purpose. So it has to be used. What my team is okay, that's a part of my discussion. But what I'm trying to say, when you approach next time an anime or a transition, make sure that you have again a purpose, driving purpose, what you want to use for, what is your focus area. As you are finding out, it's taking up your attention. So if you want to bring back the attention at certain point, how to do that, it's your choice. And that is why it should convey accurate info. Absolute. So that's the otherwise it will become a distraction, which everybody have agreed, and thereby use it, but use it sparingly and strategically to serve your purpose, and avoid it wherever you don't need it. So now let me show you again to fresh PPT. So basically, look, transition is another key aspect of a presentation. So it is between slide to slide or on the slide. In this case, let me go to.
Let's have a look at quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, which PowerPoint view allows us to edit and fine tune the content of individual slides? Now, for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are slide sorted view, slide show view, normal view, and reading view. Think thoroughly and put your answer in the comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.
So if I put on the PPT mode, you see I'm doing this slide change. What is happening? The text is changing, right? But we can introduce here the transition, correct? Which we do it generally from here, correct? So I can create on this slide a transition of morph. Okay. So I created a morph now and I have it. It's coming more politely. Second slide I go, it just changes the text. Of course, it is not bad, but it's blunt. So if I want little slow in my discussion, I can go with a kind of transition which I want. Sometime again, it is very debatable. Do I need it? Do I don't need it? Investment banker, does they need to do all that? Question and debates are totally acceptable. But sometime, as few of our members have agreed, and most of us will agree, that if I want to emphasize something, or I want to stop or slow them, or take them into different direction, if I'm changing a topic, how you will know I'm changing a topic? Okay, in that case, if I put a transition, it helps. Otherwise, tell me on TV, when you watch CNBC, why there is a on the background, sometime you will see some slides are going on with definitely animes and transition whenever they change. Like if you see BBC or you see CNBC, they will they will try to, whenever they will change the news, they will change the transition of those slides behind. And why that is happening? Because they are trying to change the focus. So that is how this works. Of course, you must be knowing. If you don't know, it's not a rocket science. It is available into your transition mode. Go there, try few. You can like few, you cannot like few. Again, it depends upon two things: your audience and your own personality, which you want to reflect in the site. And third and critical, which one of our member also said is very important to address and note, is what is your focus, where you want to bring your focus. And that is why when you are using, be careful about it. Okay. The third thing is the animation, which we just discussed about it. So I can select a word and I can create certain gimmick with that as well. Okay. But again, is it professional? Sometime yes, but most of the time no. Okay. Decision is your, and decision is not again based on complex variables and inputs. Very simple. What's your audience? What is their requirement? And what is your personality and where you want the focus of? You do not want to distract them. The fundamental remains the same all across the slide. So now let's go back to our normal slides. Now, the PowerPoint animation, apart from PowerPoint animation, which we discussed, there are some tools which I have just dropped in here. And these tools you can definitely use in creating the design, infographics to create visually appealing design. Okay. But let me first discuss the transition. Of course, the transition provides the multiple ways you can do it. You should use this feature efficiently. Again, you hear this. Very few people will suggest you this. We are very clear on this. We want you to use it, but again, very, very minimal. We do not want to overdo this. Okay. We do not want to overdo this. And now I was talking about creating infographic. You remember there is a new terminology now in presentation, which is infographic, combination of photographs. So when you present it, like I have used, you see here, I have used text this side. At this side, you have a picture. Now I want to create a picture which is more number-based infographic based. Of course, when we will go to the example, after rejoining, we will straight away go to some examples first, some pitch deck, and how they are reaching to it. And when they approach, they use these tools as well to create their pictures or the content. Like you want to show a timeline of a company that since 2010, what all Paytm did. Yeah, so to show the milestone or timeline, you can use, of course, you can use a lot of templates available in the PPT. Apart from there, you can use these tools, which we are giving you as free now. You can again go and use these. Most of them are free. If you are not, of course, you are not a pro on, you do not want to become a pro on creating infographics. You want to become a pro on being an investment banker. But these all are enough for you to use them for creating different kind of photographs and visually appealing designs in your presentation. So we agreed that to create a visually appealing design, we need to be very specific. We need to be oriented towards our audience. We have to make sure that audience attention doesn't get distracted because of my design. Yeah. And they have to be engaged throughout our presentation. That's the purpose. Okay. Behind creating a visually appealing design. Now, if we want to create a visually appealing design, of course, they are a standard format. I also talked about some custom format, and I also give you some tips to bring more format into the play. Yeah. Now there are, by the way, there are different system where you can create presentation. One of them very beautifully done is Prezi. Yeah, Prezi is another software which we can use. Google PPT is there, Apple's room is there. So you can use anyone you wish to. But if you keep the fundamentals which we discussed today or yesterday, then the design or the presentation which you will create will be appealing and it will be helpful going forward. Clear? So we have talked about around 6 PPT design tips, which includes keep it simple. It should have high quality images. Keep as much white space as possible. Possible is a key here. Yeah. Use contrast because that will give the design better look. Be consistent and consider your audience. So that has to be there. Now, two major stuff. One is animation. Another is transition. So animation, you can go to animation module, open it, check the different module. I hope you guys have tried that in the background. You might have also tried these kind of, infographics creation tools, which is, I will show you at least Canva. Okay. So let's start. So we'll start with a blank slide. As I told you, I ideally go, first I note down what is my agenda here. What's my topic? So for example, investment banking is my topic here. What's my subtitle? So investment banker, Then I can have a subtitle I wish to. So Intellipaat softwares. Okay, so that's my topic. I generally give a timeline when I'm creating this document. So right now we are in April 2020. Now this is where I start. I also try to keep all my things in my outline, which is an easy way to create any document, which you can go to View tab, Outline View. And here, what's the advantage of this? So you can keep on typing 2023. And if I add, say, another slide to it, now I want to go into text slides. Yeah. And I have 4 slides, right? I go here and view mode. I click outline view. And this is the advantage of outline view. So I can write my heading. So module 1, and I can go to module 2 here. You see, I'm not typing here. I'm typing in my outline. And that gives me an added advantage of speed. Module 4, I can keep typing like that. And then in each of them, I can, so that goes back. So if I want to type, say in module 1, I want to type. Now I want to take it to next. I immediately go to next page. This one becomes, copy this, paste it here. Now I come here. So this is how I can create any heading, subheading, and thereby my slide is started. Now, what I was talking here, that you can go and design it properly. So either I can use these design, or ideally what I do personally is I go into a new, I go and type templates, and then I have thousands of different templates which are available online, and I select the one which I think is applicable to me for the purpose of this. I create, and I download that particular slide. Okay, it takes a couple of minutes, but once it is there, it will give you advantage of taking it forward with a design which is inbuilt and available online with the Microsoft Office. Now let me take you to another website where I need to put some infographic. Okay, so that's another purpose which we need to handle. So for design purposes, we use Canva. I'm just giving you an example that look, Canva has a advantage. Let me share the screen. You can sign up or create. The advantage with Canva is, rather than signing up and showing you how to do, I think you need to try. Here you can get infographics. So for example, I want an infographic on, it gives you a template. Several, first of all, combination you can get. So infographic, education infographic, medical infographic. Let me start with medical infographic. What it gives me an inbuilt template. Yeah, as again, it's asking me to sign in, which will take a little time for me, so I will not go there. I just want to show you that how this works. So let's see a quick video. Given that I'm not able to sign in, this will help you to at least understand. It's very basic in nature. Look, advantage of Canva is any person who have little bit of computer literacy can use it, because everything is inbuilt. Yeah, everything is available on the website itself. You can upload your pictures, diagrams, photo, your creatives, but there are templates available which speed up your whole thing, at least at the time of creating a visually appealing stuff or pictures in play. That's the advantage of Canva. Now let's go back to the actual working. I want to show you some infographics there. For example, this one, you see. Now this is inbuilt, it is giving me. What I have to do, I have to just change the text which I want to. Even I can add a few pages similar to that. And then we can pick and drop whatever I want to pick and drop. So elements I want arrows. I can just pick and drop here, okay? I want circle to be here in front of it. Now, as you progress along, you learn a lot. But when you want to start it, you can start with this kind of simple stuff. And then you can export it straight away to your PPT, and you can use in one side such kind of infographic, other side you can just put some text explaining what is written here, and you are done. Now that looks very visually appealing. For example, if I want to show some financial data, Whenever I have to do a timeline, I find Canva is the best place to do it. Okay. It always gives you something really useful, and then you can easily export it and use it as per your requirement. And thereby, it's easier, convenient, uh, and most importantly, it saves your time. Based on your requirement, you can select one, use it wherever you want. For example, this one I want in place of this potato. So 20%. And you see here, this is now helping me to go to next level. I can increase, decrease, whatever I want to write about it. Each of these boxes I can fill and my stuff is ready. And then I can export it, save it, share it, whichever we want. So Canva is another one which helps in creating a visually appealing design. We will see three kind of pitch deck. One will be pitch deck itself. We will see three documentation for an investment banker they generally use. One will be pitch deck. Another we will see is our teaser document. So how teaser document comes into play. And third, we will see a DHRP, which Paytm we have seen last time as well. We started. We will now today see full document, how many pages, what all it combines, how people present. And then let's discuss about it, what you like and what you don't like. So let me give you a background of this company. So this company is into mobile refurbishment. They renew the mobile, so they count themselves into controlling the e-waste. So they are into business of sustainability and promoting green technology in the country. And so now that's the background. Okay. And now you see how they flow their pitch deck. So I will keep silent for myself and I want you to observe, just observe what all they have covered in this pitch deck, how the flow is going, what kind of visual representation they have done. Are they trying to address their audience correctly? These all perception I want to hear from you guys. Okay. So let's move on with the slide. So that's the first thing they have done. They put the cover page. Then they go to their about us with a tagline. They have put some text. There are some white spaces, and then there are some visual representation. Then they put their vision and mission in place. Then they have gone into USP. Yeah, what kind of USP they have. Then they have tried to show their unique part of it, which is their factory. Yeah. And that factory, what is this made up of? Of course, this is a rendered image. And then this is the actual image of the same thing. They are talking about they are sustainable, and then they are trying to show their factory operations. Of course, they also looked into competitive advantage. Then they went into showing the business model to investors. Okay, so what they do, how they do, what is the process they are following, and what exactly is the output. Then they looked into the competitive landscape. So what is the regulation? What kind of focus has been changed? What is their brand reputation? And what's the market size they operate in? They looked into the milestone. You see these kind of graph you can easily draw in Canva, and then you can bring it here. However, some people do feel it is easier to do in the PowerPoint. Yeah, so it depends how you want to do it. So milestone, they have created idea, then they went into marketplace. So this is how they flow. Future milestone, what's their future aspiration? So attending their full capacity, they are talking about what all they have achieved, you see, till today. So they are trying to, again, visually they are trying to show. I could have written 10 sentences for the same, but they are trying to show visually how it works out. Then they put into their team why they are best, what is their USP, where they stand different about their company they are trying to establish. So one is team, second is facility and factory. Then what is their purpose of that company? So undoing the damage on the earth due to electric waste, e-waste, and they are creating an industry. Then they put their achievement and the news, where they exist, what they do. They looked into the market size itself. So now they are trying to again capture their market size and how it is growing, what is global refurbished market, what is renewed market, how much of what is the upside people are going to see, So penetration of mobile has increased to 17% versus 9.1% in the United States itself. And then they try to put some market driver. Why in future they will be a good company. That's what they are trying to establish. Then they put some numbers and they close it. So this is what their purpose was, to create a document to match their vision and mission, which is create a sustainable environment, sustainable industry. But let's see Puranik. Yeah, Puranik builder is a builder who is doing into residential and commercial market. They have incorporated in 1990s, okay, under, of course, in Mumbai. They are based out of Mumbai. And they have gone to market, to IPO market. You remember IPO market and secondary market, right? So they have gone to the IPO market to raise fund recently. And they have raised, as we have discussed, that through IPO market, they have sold equity shares, price value of 10, of course, at a price which was decided through the book building process. But their target was certain million equity shares which they have launched up to 5,100 millions. Okay, 5,100 millions. This is the number of fresh shares which they have issued. They will also their existing shares, which is sale of 472,520 shares, which is equivalent to, look, they went to market with approximately 945,000 million equity shares. Okay, this is their total number of shares for which they went into the market. So what they did, they used some fresh shares adding to their existing shares, and they also sold their existing shares. That way, if you go, then you can give some money to your investors as well, along with using some money for expansion plan. So this is that document. Okay. So when you create DHRP, it has a different kind of parameter. But here also you can use your own texture. Now, why I'm saying you have to use your own texture. Let me show you Puranik's website. Okay. Puranik website. Let's go. Let's see that. So this will give you the texture. You see how people create their DHRP document, what they keep in mind. That's what I'm trying to prove here. Okay. This is their website. Now you see here, Puranik logo and the color combination. You see the color combination? You see the font. Okay. It's mostly, I believe it's a Time Roman, which they are using. So this is their website. Why I have shown you this? Now let me take you back to the document. So this document is basically for SEBI, because the first audience or first stakeholder is SEBI. Now I want to hear what they have played here. What you see, they are using from their website, and one of the fundamental which we discussed, which fundamental they have used here in creating DHRP document, which has to be very plain and simple, because it is going to an audience which is a government in nature. They don't have time to even think about you. Okay, they have a process to follow. Thus, look, this is what I'm trying to address here, that you want to create a relation. So this is done by investment banker who designed this document. What he did, he captures his own identity. Harmonious Pradeep Kumar Pillai. They are trying to create a harmonious effectiveness between what they exist for and what they are preparing document to. And look, that is what they are trying to convey. So color combination, font, and even the kind of borders they are trying to follow. So that's the point number one. Now let's see the document a little more. Okay. And this also gives you a look. I want you to read more of DHRPs. I want you to read more of pitch decks. Go online, try to search it. I will show you how to search it even to get, if you want to get pitch deck, there are certain websites which will give you the pitch deck. Okay. For your reference purposes. And there are few which will help you to even create. There is a website called pitch.com. Yeah. Which actually has been created to create the pitch deck only. But anyway, those are the different point of discussion. Let's see this document. What all are involved? So when we first went to Paytm DHRP, we looked into who are the lead managers. Okay, book running lead managers. So look here, we have Yash Securities, and these are the employers. Why I'm showing you? Because in your subconscious mind, this will be imprinted that these are my target employers. If I really want to work into this segment, of course, I can support you from any company I wish to. I can be a IPO preparation guy of my own company where I'm working. I need not to go to Elara Capital to do the same thing. Yeah, but Elara Capital is doing every day one company. In my company, I will do it in next 5 years, but I will keep on doing all the things are required. And that's why Elara Capital, they have an office in Elphinstone Road in Mumbai. And they are the contact person, of course, Astha Dhaga, who must have been the investment banker for them. And Yes Security is another company. So it's not one company which take any company to totally voluminous, because you have to provide all this information because it's a requirement under LODR. And now we know LODR, right? Listing obligation. And okay, I want you to remember it by heart, because eventually these are the documents which you have to use it on daily basis, and you have to take those names. So disclosure requirement was the last word anyway. So coming back, so these are the three company together. Two company we came together to run as a lead manager for this IPO. And then there is a registrar who issued it. So there will be a guy who will be issuing a retail shares to people who will be buying in this IPO. Clear? Then we have to, of course, keep a space for the bid issue at what rate and bid closes on what rate. After the publishing, you have to publish here. What all section they are covering? So they have to cover under LODR requirements. What are the business they are in? Okay. Absolutely, Jaizena, you're right. Disclosure requirements. Our management, so they have to also talk about their company management, who are their key management person, KMP, very critical word, KMP, key management person in that company. You have to discuss about that. Of course, they have to show their financial statement, existing and past 2 years, what all they have done till today. Are they profitable? Are they making losses? Their other financial information also has to be listed there. Financial indebtedness, if they have a debt obligation, it has to be put very clearly. And then finally, they need to put declaration. Now, before I go further, please remember, anytime you pick up a DHRP, look for the risk. You look for anything else is secondary. First, go to the chapter of risk. However, they have not mentioned here, but it is compulsory in any DHRP. And this is one I'm showing you Indian. I will also show you one, if possible today, if the time permits and you guys agree. We will see one NYSE listed IPO as well, because that will help you to understand how the international market works. Okay, you cannot be only doing investment banking in local. You have to be prepared for the international market too. And there are enormous opportunity in US and UK and Australia of such kind of job profile people. So they discuss about their business. They looked into their overview, how many projects they have done, what they are doing. All this detail they will list here. We cannot go in detail. Please understand, we don't have time. But of course, throughout the course, we'll keep coming back to 2 or 3 DHRPs, 2 or 3 pitch decks, and keep understanding it better way. So you should be creating one as well at the end of the program. Okay. So they have shown their highlights, what they have done in last 3 years, how their company is working, are they profitable, what was the impact of COVID, because that's one of the things people want to know, that how they handled COVID, what was the situation. So if tomorrow something like that comes back, maybe COVID, Sovid, Dovido, you never know which one will come back, or what kind of virus will come back. Yeah, it might be computer induced one. Last time it was China, and next time it might be computer or Mars induced. You never know. Yeah. So if that happens, how company can handle such situation? And that is why they have to disclose that. And then, of course, volume, detail of area, how they are working. They have also gone into describing their competitive strength. Now, this is the text, right? But when I go to presentation, will I do this? I will show you one example throughout our course where how the DHRP or a document and a presentation changes. Yeah, the same topic of competitive strength or competitive advantage, how they show when they go to in presentation mode or pitch deck mode or a teaser mode. Yeah, how they address that. We need to understand that as well. So here, look, they are writing paragraphs to paragraph to just prove that they have a competitive advantage. Then they went into company operation. What company operation is, what is their past performance, what is their current performance, how they are working out with their dealership projects, how it was executed, was it successful? They will always claim all the successes. That is a normal documentation. But look, they are not talking about risk. And that's the difference I have seen between an Indian DHRP and international one. You want to see international one? Say why, and I will straight away, I will take you to one international one as well, DHRP, so you can compare how it differentiate. So this is there about what they have done in recent past. Okay, then they went into some ongoing projects as well, how they are performing it, what is their inventory, how it will go forward. Uh, then they went into their employee structure. So how many total of 1,300 contract levelers, 400 permanent, 450 permanent employees. So it's a good company. Okay, in real estate, generally people operate with very less permanent people. So that shows that they have a advantage. Then they went into company key board of directors, which is part of management, and of course their director detail as well they are giving here. Third part was financial statement, which look into they went into their complete financial statement they have attached with auditor review, auditor pointers, and how they have performed. So you see, most of the pages will be financial statement now. For last at least 2 years, they will show you. Intangible assets. It's a financial statement, another good area which you need to keep on reading. Warren Buffett today is Warren Buffett because he reads all financial statement all the time. Is every with a certain period he finishes 5,000 pages of reading. Yeah, without that he doesn't complete his year. So, and he reads only this kind of boring stuff, which looks boring, but very interesting for him because it made him what he is today, a billionaire with a name in investment industry. So you see, most of it is in financial statements, who are their client, what all they are doing. This is their liability because they might be having different liabilities. They are trying, they are trying to give the detail to retail investors. So they are aware about it that, look, they have huge liabilities, but the liabilities come from different segment and this can be manageable. Definitely it is manageable. That's why they are going to IPO. So after that, they have looked into related party as well. This is another very key aspect. So they will list down all the key manager position, KMP, key managerial personnel. I hope it is visible to you guys. Who are those and what kind of their relatives they have, and with who these relatives, how they are operating and working with. Okay, so they have to show in name in terms of numbers. This is according to Indian Companies Act 2013. Okay, so this is a key area which you need to disclose. Then company information, what all subsidiary they have, because generally real estate has a lot of SPVs and subsidiary, so they can route all the businesses along with, but they have to disclose here. That's why in past, very few real estate company had a gut to go to capital market, because you have to disclose all this stuff, that you have 10 companies where you buy land, because you cannot buy every land on your own company name. Yeah, most of the time it is based on they do not buy it. It is just a power of attorney they get. Then they will get the loan on it, and then finally they will buy it. So this is a complete different kind of industry. It has a different model, and they are successful in it. Okay, so that is how the slides will be. Most of it is mostly their financial statement, which is covering most of the 60 pages out of 79 pages, which 79 pages they have. Then other financial information which they want to highlight to people. This is most important slide, which I told you they have disclosed in their financial statement as well, financial indebtedness, and also they are clearly identifying here because they know it is important to show it to people. Otherwise, SEBI will not approve. SEBI will say you are trying to hide it, even though they are put into the financial statement, but they will say you are trying to hide it. So they are putting it very clearly here. Now, this is what I said to you. If I search here for risk, they have not clearly identified. Risk is still not identified. And when I will take you to international one, yeah, or US one, you will see first thing they ask, their Fed ask is to disclose the risk. Yeah, which in this is missing. So Indian ones, few of them you will find it. I will show you few where they have identified risk in the beginning itself. But it is their their wish. It's a voluntary disclosure. It's not a compulsory disclosure. But in the case of US or international market, it becomes a compulsory one. So this is their disclosure. Everybody is saying everything is fine with this company. Undersigned Gopal Puranik, who is a selling shareholder, confirms and certifies all statement, disclosure, and undertaking made by or confirmed by him in DRHP, sorry, about or relation with him is equity share, offer of sale are true and correct. This is what everybody has to sign and give it to SEBI. Gogoro is a electric vehicle company based out of Taiwan. So, but they listed in US market, okay, United States of their Security and Exchange Commission, SEC, okay. So generally they list there. Most of the company they list there. Now, if I see this document, they have a different kind of presentation, okay. They even don't allow your color combination to be shown here. Of course, I'm directly downloading from SEBI, SEC website. So they have their uploading system. So anyway, I can't do much of my creativity there. But you see the chapters they are covering. Introduction, of course, about what this document is all about. And then they straight away going to a cautionary statement regarding forward-looking information. So this is their disclaimer. So you have to give a disclaimer here. Then there is part 1, which talks about structure, which is specified by the SEBI. Part 2 is another, defaults, dividend aggregates, delinquency, which we have to cover. And then part 3 covers the financial statement. You got the point, yeah? And see this document, 226 pages. It goes into detail, deep detail. But what's strikingly different than Indian documents are, of course, this is an introductory part. They give the executive summary, what all they have done, what kind of nomenclature they have used, and how to read this document. But straight away, they will go to cautionary statement regarding whatever projections they are doing. So they will tell you that our future financial and operating results, including forecast trend and market opportunity, has to be seen, involves a number of risk and uncertainty and assumptions. So you do not perceive these numbers are right, which obviously we understand, but they disclaim it straight away in the front. And then once they will disclaim it, they will go into, of course, talking about their details. But you see risk here. This is important. So they straight away go to the risk factors, okay? You see all these are noting, but risk factor is their critical part. So they will first give you a summary of the risk, what all risk exist in this company. So it is early stage company, and early stage company has ABCD, risk are there. If we fail to execute our growth strategy or manage growth effectively, our business, financial condition, result, operation would be adversely affected. They are disclaiming everything, all the risk possible. They will list it down in the summary. This is summary, yeah? And you see how many pages summary is going. And then they go into details. So risk related to our business. And this is happening on page number 11. And in our Indian documents, in some of them, we have not even talked about. In few of them, it comes, by the way. Few of them who are diligent, who understand the market scenario or taking the Indian stock to international buyers, they definitely put the risk. Because that is most important part any investor want to look at. What is my risk? Tell me first that, and then tell me all your advantages and disadvantages. So this guy has listed all the risk possible on earth in, I think, not less than 10-20 pages. Okay, 10-20 pages only about the risk. All the risk possible relating to them has been listed here. So they are in China, they have a risk of China in Taiwan because the PRC claim under them. All that also has been listed. They will not shy away, and they are not allowed to shy away because the investor will rip them off if they will try to hide any risk, because they will ask that question straight away. So battery swapping, it's a EV company, electric vehicle company. So they are trying to show what kind of failure they can have. So this is how they are different. I cannot take you through 226 pages because I want to see 2 more documents to you. to bring up to the speed of investment banking industry and how they do the presentation. So look, this presentation, this is also a document which you prepare, but here presentation is focused toward ACC, yeah, or the audience, which is basically the government stakeholder. So you need to go to detail. You cannot compromise with keeping it very short. You have to be verbose. You have to be over the board when you are talking about certain aspect of your business. So as I told you, 20 pages here you will find only on risk. Okay. And this is not only this company. I will open Tesla next time. I will open Twitter IPO. I will open for you, several of those. Apple. We'll see all those. Look, more the practical, better it is. And it doesn't mean that we will compromise with our curricula, understanding, basics, all that we will cover. Along with, I will give you the feel of how it is to work with such kind of with shoulders. And these all are trained. You will get training on all this preparation. Okay, it's not that people will hire you and tell you to do it straight away. They will train you first, and then they will make you sure that you understand this terminology and you execute it. So they talked about COVID. They talked about how the COVID impacted them, but all this under risk. This is going under risk. Now risk related to EV and the PTW market, which is relating to their network on which they operate, electric vehicle operate. So basically they have a swappable battery. So they use the PTW. So there are a lot of vehicles which you can use on their platform as well. So they talk about that. Page number 27, page number 28, still risk is going on. So they do not want to tell you what they stand for. First, you know what the risks are in this business, okay? And exactly page number 35, you will see they are changing the gear. All this are risk, all this are risk. Then they will go into their advantages, what they stand for, how they work. Now they went into China. This is China discussion, okay? They changed the gear. That they are in China. So it's US market they are launching, right? So they have to disclose everything that they are into China. They also have safe promulgated notices, which is applicable to them, risk related to ownership in the Google on Indonesia share. So what are the ownership problems you may face? Because it's a Chinese company, right? So it's not a Chinese, Taiwanese, but you as a US person might see as a Chinese company. So what all you need to know? Going on, pages and pages, they will only talk about the risk. And then now they start on page number 47, information about the company. Yeah, and history of that company, how it came out, where it works. So this is another document which we have seen. Now let's go to one more document, which I want to show you is information memorandum. Okay, so this is a information memorandum, which means you have to provide all the details about company. Of course, not in a DHRP format because government is not asking you. So we again try to cover their logo and their color, and we try to address what they stand for. And then this is just a document in progress. So take it with that pinch of salt. This is not the final document, but you see here the difference. Just observe what's the difference here. How this is different than the pitch deck or to the DHRP document. What all differences you found out? What exactly is here which is different? Charts, colors. Now this is another pitch deck. So this is another information memorandum. Disclaimer is there. And then these are the topic they have covered. You see here again, just observe. You see this? It's too much of data is there, right? Do you feel the difference between data into a pitch deck and a data into IM? I have shown you two IM documents. Yes, this is the difference. In information memorandum, you have to put a lot of data. Of course, not as much as clearly a sales pitch. Of course, pitch deck and IM is a sales pitch, but information memorandum has a lot of more data for people to make decision on. On the pitch deck, it's just a kind of you want to attract the investor with that document. And in the DHRP, you go in complete detail with risk factors, with the company profile, with their financial statements, what is their advantage, what is their disadvantage, where they lack, where they, they are highlighting themselves. So these three documents all of this can be prepared and should be prepared and will be prepared by your team or by you in future. And they have a different kind of a structure. So now we have seen a pitch deck, a DHRP document, the DRP document. We have seen pitch deck, as well as we have seen a PPTR part of pitch deck. Yes, correct. PPTR part of pitch deck. PPT is also used for IM, but generally for preparing red herring prospectus, we use Word. Yeah, but doesn't matter. But my point was that whatever you do, clarity has to be key. Yeah, clearly your message should come across. You have to have visual representation, less of verboseness. You see, there less of the sentences used are quite less. Of course, bullet points are here, so that is acceptable that they are following the bullet points. Also, they are trying to be concise, and they are using a picture which is relevant. So even though too much of information is there, but they are trying to keep white spaces. They are trying to use spaces as much as effectively and efficiently possible.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, how can investment bankers effectively use PowerPoint's notes feature? Now for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are to create backup copies of the presentation, option 2 to add additional information for each slide, option 3 to collaborate with team members in real time, and option 4 to compress the file size of the presentation. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in comment box below with 1 or 2 line explanation. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real-time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.
The other method is you can simply press Windows R. Yeah, Windows R is the shortcut for the run command. You can see on my screen, Windows R. Yeah, and then I can simply punch in Power P and T. Now, the point that needs to be noted here is if you wish to open Excel through the Windows R, you will simply type Excel. Simple as that. If you wish to open Outlook, in case you use Outlook, I know there are some students here who've never used Outlook, but Outlook is an application for emails and calendars and tasks and all of that stuff. So if it's Excel, you type Excel. If it's Outlook, you type Outlook. But for PowerPoint, like I have shown you on my screen, it is not the actual spelling of PowerPoint. No, it is just Power P and T, right? So come to Windows and R. That will take you to your run command. And then you punch in PowerPoint there and then say, okay. Yeah. And then it takes you to your blank presentation. Just simply double click or enter. Yeah. Yeah. If you already have a PowerPoint file on your laptop somewhere, could be in the documents, could be in the downloads folder, wherever, then you can obviously just double click. Okay. All right. Now, this is a blank presentation. And the very first slide that you get will be a slide called as title slide. Yeah. Every slide has some kind of a name given to it, to its layout. This one is a title slide. Yeah. Obviously, you will have a title to your presentation, and in some cases you would also have a subtitle, right? This is called as your title slide. Now, do not worry about what you see on the right hand side. On the extreme right hand side, you have something called as designer. Okay. Now, because in this training we have people across different designations, different job profiles, different experiences, right? I would not like to talk about it right now. The designer feature, okay, which appears on my laptop on the right side, because it is only available if you have Microsoft 365 subscription, right? So when I do trainings in corporates, obviously everybody has the same version of MS Office because they are the employees of the same company. That is not the case here. So some of you may have PowerPoint 2016, some of you may have PowerPoint 2013, some of you may be on your office laptop right now, and hence you would be having the Microsoft 365 subscription. Also, different people will have different PowerPoint versions. That's why I would not like to talk about this right now, because it's only possible to get the designer on the right-hand side when you have Microsoft 365 subscription. If you have a standalone PowerPoint 2019 installed, or 2021 installed, home and student version or whatever, then you would not have access to the designer. Okay, so I'll just cancel that out right now. Yep. Okay, so first of all, guys, on the extreme top, you can see there are various tabs, right? File is a tab where my cursor is kept right now, and I'm trying to blink my circles there. Home is another tab, right? Insert is another tab. Draw is another. So all of these are called as tabs. If you work with a Word document, you would have things like mailings and all of that, right? But the file, home, insert, review, view, all of these will be common in your Excel, PowerPoint, Word. Yeah. Again, different applications will have different tabs, but some of them will be common. Okay. So all of these are called as tabs. File is a tab, home is a tab, design is a tab, animations is a tab. Yeah. Obviously, transitions, animations, slideshow, all of these you would not have in Excel or in Word, but yeah. So these are called as tabs. Okay. Now, can you all click on the file tab if you are attending this training on a laptop? Yeah. If you are going to, if you're doing this along with me, can you quickly come to the file tab with your mouse, click on file, okay? And then you get to see some options on the extreme left-hand side. This is called as the backend view, okay? Backstage view maybe, yeah? So come to file, and then you see multiple options like new, open, save, save as, all of that stuff, yeah? One of the options is account. When you come to file and when you come down, one of the options on the left side is account, yeah? Maybe in some laptops or some desktops, you would also have to click on more, and then you would see account perhaps, right? So file and account. I hope you guys can see my blinking circles here. That is where you need to click, yeah? So file and account, I also do that, right? And then on the right-hand side of this new window which comes up, you will be able to see your version, okay? So some of you would see Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise. There was one guy who is with JP Morgan. I'm sure in his laptop he will see Microsoft 365 apps for enterprise. Yeah, on my laptop right now you see it says home and student, but I can also come here and say show additional licensing information, and you can see I also have this Microsoft 365. Yeah, I've got two. Mine is a different case because I'm a Microsoft certified trainer. So that's a different thing. But in your laptop, you would not have this show additional licensing information. Yeah. So at least by doing this, you know what PowerPoint version you are using right now. Okay, on your current laptop. Yeah. For those of you who have a personal laptop plus the office laptop, you can try doing this on both the laptops, and you could see the difference as well. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. So you know your version right now. Okay. That's it. You can use the top left arrow to the left. Yeah. I hope you guys can see this. There's an arrow which is going to the left-hand side at the extreme top above the home next to account. Click on that, and then you will be back to the PowerPoint presentation from the backstage view. All right. Okay. Now, like I said, the very first slide of a presentation, a blank presentation, would be a title slide. Yeah. Obviously, I can go on to the left-hand side like this, right? Where there's a small preview of the slide. The main slide is the main screen here, okay? But I can go to the left-hand side. I can simply do a right click and I can go to layout, and I can choose from the available layouts. Like you can see on my screen right now, I have the option of choosing from 9 different layouts, okay? But obviously right now we are not going to change the layout as it is just the very first slide, okay? Now, in PowerPoint, there could be multiple features like the way you have in Excel and Word and all of that, right? But not every single feature is of use to you, correct? So what you would want to do is you would want to club all your frequently used features in one single tab and keep it ready. Which means, like the way I have a home tab, like the way I have a insert tab, like the way we have this draw, design, transitions, animations, slideshow, like the way we have all of these tabs, you can create a new tab with your own name, maybe with your own name, yeah. And then you can add the features which you use very frequently, okay? Let me give you an example. Have you guys heard about this concept called slide master in PowerPoint? So basically, guys, there's a feature called slide master in PowerPoint, which is used to do some 3-4 things in PowerPoint. One of the common things that the slide master is able to do for you is it can help you make your PowerPoint uniform. I mean, it will look like a uniform thing. For example, you make a PowerPoint presentation and there is a new product or there is a new service which is getting launched in your organization, right? And you want to add the logo of that product or the photo of that product. You've made your presentation of maybe 15 slides, 16 slides, 20 slides, whatever, right? And then you realized that you've forgotten to add the company logo or maybe the departmental theme or maybe the picture of the new product, whatever, yeah? You obviously cannot keep doing that by going to every single slide one by one, right? Insert pictures is definitely an option in PowerPoint, but you can't do that by going to every slide individually one by one. This will take a lot of time, right? And also the placement of the picture across all slides will not be uniform. That is when you can use slide master, yeah? And this is just one of the many things that the slide master can do for us, okay? Let's assume that in our job profile, it is a very frequently used feature, okay? That's one, right? Then there is shapes in PowerPoint, right? You can use various shapes in PowerPoint, the rectangle, the triangle, and there's a whole bunch of shapes available in the insert tab. And let's also assume that that's a very, very frequently used feature for you, okay? Shapes, okay? Shapes is right here in the insert tab, okay? Then maybe you also have some other, maybe 3 or 4 features, maybe 5, 6 features, which you have to use very frequently in your job profile, right? Now, it is a bit difficult to remember that the pictures or the shapes is available in the insert tab, correct? The slide master is available in the view tab. See, I can click on view and I can come to slide master, right? Maybe I want to apply some animations to my data, to my content in the PowerPoint slide. So animations is available here, okay? But there are a bunch of animations available here, okay? So maybe tables, right? So I have these 5 to 6 features which I use very frequently, and it's difficult to remember that the feature is available in which tab, right, guys? That is why we can first of all see how to create a new tab in your PowerPoint. Yeah, so let's come to the insert, okay? Let's come to insert, okay? And you can see pictures available here, okay? I can simply just, add these pictures or shapes in a new tab. Then I will come to view or maybe review and add some more stuff, okay? Let's do this live, okay? Let's do this hands-on, okay? First of all, can you come to the file tab here? All of you, are you with me on the file tab? Yeah. And then can you come to the options, which is the very last command when you come to the left-hand side, okay? So the last tab is options. So file and then options, okay? And then I can come to this customize ribbon, all right? Can you see this customize ribbon is right available here, okay? Customize ribbon, all right? If you go to customize ribbon, you will notice that on the right-hand side, you have your tabs available, yeah? I'm just rolling my mouse over. So you've got the home tab, then you've got the insert tab, you've got the transitions tab, and then there are some backend tabs also, yeah? But yeah, the main tabs which you generally see in your PowerPoint interface are available here on the right side, okay? Now, what I'm doing is, I'm gonna come here and I will click on maybe the design tab, okay? I hope all of you can see this design tab, okay? I come here and I click on design tab, and then I will go to new tab. Right, guys? Are you all with me on this? I go to file, I go to options, which means I'm in PowerPoint options. I go to customize ribbon. See, on every single step, I am doing these circles. So you guys should be able to figure out where am I clicking. Okay, so customize ribbon. All right. And then on the right-hand side of this page, I have something called as all my tabs are visible here. I will randomly just click on maybe the design tab right now. Okay. And then I can click on new tab, which is available right here. Okay. I also am zooming in on the screen and then zooming out. Yeah. So this is where you have the new tab. But keep in mind, I have to select one of these tabs first and then come to new tab. All right. Great. I did that. What happens is immediately below the design tab, I can see there's a new tab which has come up. Yeah. Why has it come below the design tab? Because I had clicked my mouse, I had selected the design tab. Now it says new tab, so no problem. I can come here and I can rename that. Yeah. I can also do a right click and rename, but right now let's just use this rename here. Okay. Click on the new tab and say rename. And let's just put my name here, which is Ambarish. Yeah. Ambarish. Okay, done. All right. So you can use your own names, obviously, or you can just say my group or my tab, whatever. Okay. Now, kindly understand every feature. Now, this is very important, guys. Please understand every feature in PowerPoint or in Excel or in Word or even in Outlook is first a part of a group and then a part of a feature. So, sorry, every feature is first a part of a group and then a part of a tab. For example, let me just zoom out. Let me quickly just move this slightly on the right-hand side so that I can explain this, right? Once again, guys, every feature in Excel, PowerPoint, Word, and some of the other MS Office applications is first a part of a tab group, and then that group is a part of a tab. Look at this. Can you see we have an option here that says paste, and then there is cut, and then there is so basically cut, copy, paste, format, painter, all of these are 4 features which are available in the clipboard tab, clipboard group, which is available in the home tab. Right, guys? One more example. See, you have this bullet points and the numbered bullet points and the alignment, all of that. Okay, these are all your features available, but they are all a part of the paragraph tab first, which is a part of the home tab, right? Drawing, yeah, that's the name of the group, and then it's in the home tab. So basically every single feature will be available in a group first, and the group is a part of a tab. Several groups together will make a tab, right? So basically here also, when we are trying to create a new tab, we will first have to click on the group. Okay, click on the group first, and then you can keep on adding your frequently used features, right? And maybe I can also rename the group. Okay, just like I renamed the tab, I can rename the group as well. Okay, so I can just do a right click and I can rename. Okay, last time I showed you this rename option from here, slightly at the bottom of this PowerPoint options window, but you can also come here, right click, and you can say rename. Okay, and then I can come here and say Ambarish's frequently used features. Okay, frequently used features. So like I said, slide master, shapes, pictures, I can just add them. Okay, so I'll say okay from here. Okay, I'll simply say okay from here, and that's it. Now make sure that you keep your mouse on the group, not the main tab. Yeah, not the tab, the group. And then now start looking towards the left hand side. Okay, I can come here and I can use maybe action settings. I can say add. Okay, action settings is a very handy feature in PowerPoint, which we will cover in the upcoming sessions. Yeah, maybe not today, but in the upcoming sessions. Yeah, so yeah, action settings. Let's just assume that I use this feature very often in my job profile, so I can simply just say add. Okay, maybe let's just scroll down a bit. Let's just say adding table. Okay, so let's say I am required to add a lot of tables in my PowerPoint presentations, right? So add. Okay, maybe I can simply just go down and I can say shapes. Remember we just spoke about multiple shapes, right? So shapes, add. Okay, and I can obviously keep going down like this. Okay, if I don't see the feature here, one of the frequently used features, if I don't see here under popular commands, no problem. I can change this to main commands. Yeah, I can come here and say all commands, basically, sorry, all commands, right? All commands. Yep. And now see, the scrolling is a bit more because you've got more number of features available here. So all the PowerPoint features are now available here. Okay, simply scroll and you will get to see. Okay, I can also come here and maybe type S. Yeah, so I can keep doing S. Yeah, maybe screen clipping is something which I use very frequently in PowerPoint. Add. Yeah, so likewise, I can just keep going. Select the feature and simply just add. Okay. For now, I will just stop. Yeah. We also spoke about the slide master, right? So let's come here and say, click on slide master and add. Okay. So likewise, you can also add your frequently used features right there in the group. And then you can come down and click on OK. Yeah. I hope you guys can see this. There is an OK button here at the extreme bottom. So come here and say OK. And this is done. When I click on OK, I am thrown back to the PowerPoint interface, and you will notice here that there is a new tab called Ambarish. Remember, I had given my own name there, so that name appears there. Yeah, Ambarish. And when I click on Ambarish, you will notice that there is this table, there is this action settings, shapes, screen clipping, slide master. All of these features which I added are available here, along with the name of the group as well. Okay, so by doing this, you don't really have to worry about, hey, where is the slide master feature available? When you actually require it, you will have it readily available here in the group which you created, okay, under the tab. Now, once you see that you've made a tab, okay, so once you see that you've made a tab, you may also have a situation where you would want to also do the same customization to in your colleague's laptop. Let's just say that you've done this, and then your colleague walks up to you at your desk and says, hey, you know what, even I have the same requirement. I also want to do that. Okay, and coincidentally, even if the person has the same features which he wants to use, you can actually just export this into his laptop. Yeah, one option is, you can just tell him how to do it, and he can go back to his desk and he can do it. But if the features are exactly the same that you have, then you can simply save the hassle for him. You can save his time by exporting this onto his laptop. Okay, sometimes it does happen, right? You are a team of some 17 people handling the same amount of work. Yeah, same amount of data, same type of presentations you have to make, same project, same process, same department, whatever. So you can do this. Okay, so look at this, guys. Okay, I can go to file again, like we had gone last time. Yeah, I can go to account. Sorry, I can go to options. Account is only when you want to check your PowerPoint version. Yeah, but right now we go to options, correct? File and then options. And then I had gone to customize ribbon, if you guys remember, right? And then here I have the button, a rectangular button called import export. Yeah, I can zoom in on the screen, guys, but I hope you guys can see with the blinking circles. Okay, so just zoom in there. Okay, right. So yeah, oops, sorry, one sec. I'll just quickly, yeah, import export is available right here. Okay, I hope you guys have seen this at the extreme bottom of the PowerPoint options window, just above the OK. Yeah, where is it? It is in the customize ribbon tab. Okay, so I can come here and I can say export all customizations, right? Export all customizations, right? And before I get confused, let's just quickly scroll and make sure that I keep this on my desktop. Okay, I can come here and say desktop. Yeah, because I don't want to get confused later. It was going to my documents or whatever. So basically, it was going to my documents or desktop or whatever. I will make sure I place it on the desktop because I prefer that. This is not really a rule, guys. It's not a rule. You can keep it anywhere. Okay. Now, the main thing here is it says PowerPoint customizations. Okay. The name of the file is PowerPoint customizations. And down below, if you see, save as type. Correct? It says save as type. There, it does not show PowerPoint presentation. Now, here's a question that I want to ask specifically to people who have used PowerPoint, and specifically to those people who've given a rating of 7 on 10 or 8 on 10 to themselves on PowerPoint in the introduction. You guys must have always noticed PowerPoint presentation shown up here in the save as type. Here, this is showing as exported Office UI file. Have you seen this ever? No, right? This is the UI stands for user interface. So can you see it says UI file, okay? And I will save it now, okay? But please note, guys, that in my laptop, I also see something in brackets saying .exported UI. It shows me this for the file name also, and also for the save as type. Both places, it does show me exported UI. UI obviously means user interface, right? So let's quickly understand what is this, okay? User interface, all right? What I'll do is, basically, this is the extension, okay? All of you must have worked with Word documents. The extension of a Word file in Microsoft Office is .docx. You must have seen this. If you work with Excel, it is .xlsx, right? PDF files will show up as .pdf, right? So the extensions is not really a Microsoft Office feature, really. It's a Windows feature, right? So right now it says .exported UI and not PPTX or something. PowerPoint files are shown as generally PPTX, right? I hope you all know this, okay? I'm going to come here and say save, okay? So I have saved it on my desktop. And obviously from the PowerPoint options window, I can say, okay, yeah, done, and I'm done. That's it. So on my desktop here, you will see something called as PowerPoint customizations. Yeah, I can simply open up my mail. I can attach this and I can simply mail it to the person who has requested. Yeah. Now, please understand that this is not a PowerPoint file. So please don't even try to come here and double click like the way you would do normally for a Word document or an Excel file or a PowerPoint file. No, don't come here and don't do a double click. See, if I do a double click like this, it's just not able to understand what I'm trying to do. So it's giving me multiple options to choose from. Yeah, it is not a file. It is just a user interface. Okay, and yeah, that's it. Once the person receives your mail, what do you think he can do? Anyone, guys? He can download this user interface onto his desktop. He can go to import. Once he receives your mail, he can also download this on the laptop and import. The only thing is, once this comes to his laptop, the name of the tab will be Ambarish, as in whatever name you had given would be the name on his laptop also. But that is not really a challenge. He doesn't really have to live with that. He can obviously change that. Okay, how can he change that? We obviously saw the option of rename last time, right? So I can come to file, I can come to options, I can come to customize ribbon, I can click on the tab called Ambarish here on the right hand side, I can come to right click rename, or I can use this rename button available here. And yeah, I can rename that, simple as that. Yeah. So yeah, that's the feature of customizing your ribbon, creating a new tab and exporting that new tab to your colleague. You can go to file and options and customize ribbon like the way we've been doing so far, right? And you can say reset, okay? Reset all customizations. Otherwise, I can come here and simply just click on this Ambarish, and I can simply just right click and remove. Just like the way we have an option called rename, I also have a option called remove. Yeah. And sometimes if you do not want to show the new tab, you can simply just uncheck this from here, or maybe from here, from either of these places, you can just uncheck. Yeah. So yes, you can right click and you can remove if you don't want. And if you have made multiple such tabs, one for your project A, one for your project B. Yeah. Let's say one of your clients for whom you are making the presentation likes a lot of table data. Yeah, so you have added table in one of the tabs and some other features, right? And you also have made some other tab. So you want to only remove one of them. Then you simply come to the name of the tab, right click and remove. Otherwise, if you wish to completely get back to normal default settings, you can come here and say reset all customizations, right? So yeah, that's it. I hope the question is answered. Oh, okay. By mistake, I clicked on the new tab, so I can remove that. Yep, and I can say okay from here. So yeah, multiple tabs can be created. I actually would suggest add another group. Okay, like for example, if I go to the insert tab, for example, okay, under the images group, I have pictures, I have screenshot, I have photo album, right? Under the illustrations group, within the insert tab itself, I have shapes, I have icons. So multiple groups are there, right? By default itself, you have it, right? So PowerPoint is already doing that, right? So even you can do that, right? So you can go to the file tab, you can go to options, customize ribbon, you can go to the tab called Ambarish. Yeah, I can just scroll in Ambarish, and then I can maybe say new group. Yeah, I can come here and say new group. Yeah, so right now maybe I can right click and say rename and say another group. Okay, maybe for the finance, maybe for the investment banking purpose, I may have another group, right? I can click on that and I can say maybe duplicate slide, add. Yeah, I can say maybe animation pane, I can say add, right? I can come and say maybe format painter, I can say add. Yep, that's it. I can stop for now. All right, I can say okay from here, and that's it. So within the Ambarish tab now, I have two groups, and each group has those features which I added. So yes, you can do that. So this is called this entire top portion in your PowerPoint or Excel or Word is called ribbon. Okay, and the ribbon is the one which consists of multiple tabs. Okay, so when I come to the on the left hand side, when I do a right click, and I have all of these options. Okay, these options are also available in the ribbon on top. Okay, now let's come to the main slide. Okay, so right in the center of your screen, you have the main slide. And because this is a title slide, it has the title box, and it also has the subtitle box. Okay, the two rectangles here that you see are called placeholders, right? Yep, it's a simple rectangle box in which you can type something, but in PowerPoint terms, it is called as placeholder. Okay, placeholder. Okay, so that's it. Right now, let me just quickly give the title as investment banking, right? Investment banking, right? And then now, if I want to add the subtitle, obviously, people have this tendency of using the mouse, right? I can come here, I can simply just put the mouse in that second placeholder, and then I can start my typing there, right? So maybe aspects of investment banking, right? So obviously we can do that. It's very basic, okay? But let's learn to do things a bit quickly, okay? So look at this, guys. Right now, I do not have anything in that subtitle box or the placeholder, okay? My cursor is blinking after the banking, okay? So whatever title I have given, I'm done with typing my title, okay? So my cursor is blinking after the G of banking. And that is when I can do Control Enter. Yeah, I can simply do Control Enter. That's it. My cursor is now blinking in the second placeholder. A lot of people feel that I can do a tab to move from the first box to the other, to move from the first placeholder to the other. Well, no, not really. The tab will simply keep taking you a few places away within the same box or the placeholder. Okay, so Control Enter is your best friend when you want to move between the placeholders. Now, will this only work while we are in the title slide? Will it work when the layout of the slide is something different? Yes, it will. Yeah, so we'll see that later. But Control Enter is to be used to move from one slide, one placeholder to the other. Okay, and now I can type the subtitle. So, like I said, I'll just keep it simple. Aspects of investment banking. Right. All right. Cool. Okay. And then obviously, I can keep my mouse in the white area. Okay, in an area which is outside the two placeholders. And maybe I can just do a right click and I can say format background. Yeah. If I right click within the slide somewhere outside the placeholders, I also have these other options like paste, all of that stuff, layout. Yeah, we spoke about multiple layouts, right? Here, from here itself, I can change the layout. Yeah, so I don't necessarily have to go on to the left hand side and do a right click. But anyway, right now I can just do a format background maybe, and I can maybe choose some background for the slide. Yeah, maybe I can come here and maybe I can choose this, anything of your choice. Yeah, and I'm sure you guys know that you have to also choose the colors accordingly. You know, it should not be too dull, and it should also not be too dark. Yeah, I'm not going to give you a lecture on presentation skills, but yeah, one of the things you do in PowerPoint is take a color which is quite subtle to the eyes of your attendees or to the people to whom you are going to present, right? Yeah, so I'll just go with this. Maybe I can also do something about the transparency if required. So I can do that. Yeah. Or I can simply just come here and choose an even lighter color, maybe. Yeah. So I can go here and I can decide what to work on. Yeah. Okay. If I want a picture as my background, I can do that as well. Okay. I can simply just come here and choose picture or text fill. Yeah. If I come to picture or text fill, I can come to picture source and I can say insert. Yeah. So I can have a picture, maybe my company's logo or whatever. Okay. But right now I'll keep it as solid fill and I'll choose that color. So you can come to the left-hand side section. Okay. And yes, like you said, guys, okay, I can go to the home tab like this. The first option is go to the home tab and go to new slide. Okay. From here, you get to choose the layout as well. Okay. And right now we haven't really chosen any design, which is why you get to choose only from the 9 layouts available here. But if you have a specific design that you have created, or if you choose one of the existing PowerPoint designs from the design tab, then the number of options will be more based on what you are selecting. Okay. So yeah. So I can go to new slide and I can do it from there, from the home tab. The second option is I can go to the insert tab and I can go to new slide and it's exactly the same. Again, those bunch of various layouts are available here based on the theme that or design that you've taken. Okay. Yeah. So home is done. Insert is done. Yeah. So guys, we discussed about how to delete the subtitle. You can simply come here. Okay. Click on the box. Yeah. Click on the box, right? The placeholder or the box. You will see that you get those 8 circles when you select something. Yeah. So it could be a shape, it could be a text box, it could be a placeholder. You always get these 8 circles, small circles across the boundary of the placeholder. So click on that and simply delete. Yeah. Click on that and simply delete. Simple as that. Yeah. Or else you may want to come here and you may want to, so let's say aspects of investment banking, right? So I can come here and if I don't want, I can simply select this and simply delete this also. Yeah. So I can keep the placeholder intact and just delete the content or delete the entire placeholder. Kindly understand that, yes, I can go to the home tab. Yes, I can go to the insert tab. Yes, I can go to Control M. Yeah. But what you can also do is simply go to the extreme left-hand side where you have the preview and simply press simply just press enter, not control, sorry, simply press enter. Yeah. Simply press enter and that's it. It's done. Yeah, you get a new slide. Okay, so simply enter. Enter is one of the most frequently used keys on the laptop, right? On your keyboard, right? So just press enter. That's also one of the options. But yes, Control M also is okay. Yeah. So anyway, you can decide which one to use. Right now, I will simply just insert a new slide in my presentation, and let's just move on from here. Okay, yeah. So now, guys, I am in my second slide, okay? And I want to cover a few points here, okay? Now, in PowerPoint, it is always a good idea to use bullet points, okay? If you want to write paragraphs, theses, reports, essays, news articles, then you have the Word document for that. But in PowerPoint, let's keep it short and simple. Also, use a very straightforward language, no jargons, right? So, yeah, Okay, and I'm sure you must have those who are corporate employees here, even if you have an experience of like 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, I'm sure you must have been told about this. But I'm specifically highlighting this for the youngsters here, students here. Okay, keep it short and simple. Use bullet points as far as possible, and also use simple language, no jargons. I want to write down the aspects of investment banking. Okay, so you guys will have to now help me out with some points. Okay, so I'm saying important or maybe key factors of being a successful investment banker. Okay, so key factors of investment banking, maybe. Okay, like I said, I can type the title. My cursor is still blinking after I type my title of the slide. I can simply press Control Enter. So I see I have been able to smoothly navigate into my second placeholder. So I am just writing these bullet points. Did you notice that I simply just typed these bullet points by simply pressing enter, 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 enter. Okay, this is pretty straightforward, pretty basic. Okay, also, currently what I have here is a simple dot. On the left hand side, I have a simple dot, correct? I can do a Control A, I can go to the Home tab, and I can decide to have a different style other than the dot. Okay, this is pretty basic, pretty straightforward. Yeah, I can decide to have these circles. I can decide to have these check boxes like a structure. I can have these tick marks. I can have these arrow bullets. I mean, I can have these. Okay, but keep in mind, you can also give bullet points to numbers to your bullet points. Okay, generally numbers are to be given when you have a scenario where you are trying to show the process, like a step-by-step instruction. Okay, here these are just important aspects of or key factors of or the things which are involved in investment banking. Correct, these are not really step-by-step things. Okay, you may want to do the market research first, right? I mean, these are not step-by-step instructions. Okay, so I may not want to use the numbering here. Okay, but it's completely your choice. Yeah, you can use these bullet points with the numbers or the other ones on the left hand side. Okay, now my main point, okay, I'll just keep it as okay, right now I'll keep it with numbers just to show you something. Okay, now guys, now tell me one thing, guys. Okay, now it's a question to all of you. Whenever you write these bullet points in PowerPoint, or even when you are composing an email, if you are using the bullet points, or maybe in a Word document, when you're writing when you are creating a Word document about some policy or whatever, does it happen with you? And tell me honestly, okay, does it happen with you that you realize that, oh, you know what, negotiation skills has to come at number 2 rather than at number 4? It's way more important than the other few points. So I want to put the negotiation skills at number 2. Right now it's at number 4. So does it happen with you guys that you end up writing something and then you realize that, hey, you know what, the point number 6 has to become point number 1. Point number 3 has to become point number 5. Point number 4 has to go down to point number 6. Point number 5 has to become point number 1. Does it happen with you guys? General public will do cut and paste. Yes, mostly people will do cut and paste. Okay? But now look at this. Okay. First of all, I will come to the very first beginning of the negotiation skills. So you can see my cursor is blinking before the N of negotiation skills, right? From there, I can obviously use my mouse and select the entire bullet point, or I can do a Control-Shift-Down arrow. Look at this. Control-Shift-Arrow down will select your bullet point. Okay. Now here I want to quickly mention something. A lot of people feel that I will have to do Control-Shift-Arrow right because these bullet points are horizontal. A lot of people feel that I would need to do a Control-Shift-Arrow right. The problem with Control-Shift-Arrow right is, look at my screen, guys. I'll zoom in if you guys want. Right now, my cursor is blinking before the negotiation skills end, right? N of negotiation skills. If I do a Control-Shift-Arrow right, see, it only selects the single word negotiation. And then I would need to do another Control-Shift-Arrow right to select the second word. This will be a problem if I have 5 to 6 words in the bullet point, right? And also, as a good strategy, it's always a good idea to follow the 6 by 7 rule. 6x7 rule means not more than 6 to 7 bullet points in a slide and not more than 6 to 7 words per bullet slide. I repeat, it's not really a compulsion, it's not really a mandate. Yeah, but it's always a suggested idea to use the 6x7 rule for the bullets in PowerPoint slide. Not more than 6 to 7 bullet points per slide and not more than 6 to 7 words per slide as far as possible. Okay, of course we have some unavoidable situations at times, but yeah, we always have exceptions, right? So Control Shift arrow right will have to be done multiple times. It's a bit tedious. That's why Control Shift arrow down. Okay, this will really quickly help you to select the bullet point rather than using the mouse. Okay, also if you are at the end of the bullet points, so for example you are somewhere here now, your cursor is blinking after the S of skills, right? Then what do? Well, you come to the Control Shift arrow up. Simple as that. So if you are at the end of the bullet point, you will do Control Shift arrow up. If you are at the beginning of the bullet point, it's Control Shift arrow down. Okay. If your cursor is somewhere here, then it's a bit of a problem. Okay. So Control A is going to select all the bullet points. Okay. So don't do that. Okay. Yeah. So once the bullet point is selected, okay, coming back to our original discussion, how do I change the sequence of the bullet point? And like I said, the negotiation skills, which is at number 4 right now, has to be moved to number 2, right? Has to be moved to number 2. Okay, look at this. I press Shift, I press Alt also, and then the arrow up. I repeat, Shift, Alt, and arrow up. Look at this, guys. Okay, Shift, Alt, arrow up. See, the 4 becomes 3. I mean, negotiation skills comes at number 3. The numbering is not impacted. See, once again, Shift, Alt, arrow up. Look at this. Yeah. Let's just say I want to move understanding financials as my last point. Okay, so I can select the point, Control Shift arrow down, and then Shift, Alt, down arrow. Shift, Alt, down arrow. So this works for moving upwards as well as downwards, right? So guys, do you agree with me that this is a slightly simpler and a smoother way rather than drag and drop or Control X, Control V, right? Okay, guys, I have switched on my internet. So now can you confirm, is the voice still breaking or is it better now? We had some problem, right, in the last 10 minutes. Is it better now? Okay, clear, right? Preeti, thank you. Ashish, great. Naveen, superb. Yeah, so I'm using a different connection now. Okay, yeah. So did you guys understand the difference between tab versus the Shift tab? If you wish to have a new sub bullet point, it is tab. And if you wish to make a sub bullet point as a main bullet point, then it is Shift tab. All right. Yeah. So basically, I had this market research as my point. Okay. I simply press enter. Okay. I simply press enter and I write domestic market. Right. The problem is my actual requirement is I wanted to have the domestic market as a sub bullet point under the market research. But this is simply appearing as a main bullet point. Okay, so I can simply come to the beginning of this domestic market point. So you can see my cursor is blinking before the D of the domestic market, and I can simply do a tab. That's it. Yeah. So what you need to press is the tab. And then if I now go to the end of that bullet point and say international market, yeah, international market. Yeah. So now see how properly it is considering that as my sub bullet point. Okay. Now let's assume, that understanding financials is currently not there on my slide. Okay. Let's just assume that that point is not mentioned yet on the slide. So let me just delete that. Okay. Simply just select the point and delete. Okay. Now if I press enter and if I write understanding financials. Okay. If I press enter and if I say understanding financials if I simply punch in understanding financials, what happens right now is it still considers that as my sub bullet point. Whereas the reality is, or my requirement is, understanding financials is a completely new bullet point. No problem. I can come here again, do not forget to keep your mouse blinking before the U of the understanding financials, and simply I can press Shift Tab, right? So tab is to get sub bullet point, and Shift Tab is to convert a sub bullet point into a main point. When you make a presentation, you would either have to mail it to somebody, or you would need to present this presentation in a live audience environment, correct? When you make a presentation, you will either mail it, or you will actually be the presenter and you will actually deliver the presentation in a meeting room or a conference room or a boardroom to your clients or to your bosses, to your management, colleagues, whatever. Okay. So when you are presenting this, in a live audience environment, in a physical classroom or a meeting room, whatever, you don't want these bullet points to appear one at a stroke, at a glance, at one single stroke. You would not want these bullet points to appear. Yeah. And when you present, obviously you would present in a full screen mode. Okay. I am sure people understand that this is just the normal mode of PowerPoint. We are just creating a presentation at the moment. However, when you present, you would present in the slideshow mode. Okay. How to enable the slideshow mode? You have multiple methods to do that. One is,
let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, which feature of PowerPoint allows investment bankers to deliver their presentations remotely? Option 1, present view. Option 2, slide master. Option 3, screen recording. And option 4, slideshow presenter tools. Think thoroughly and put your answer in the comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real-time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.
I come back to my PowerPoint. Okay. I press escape. Okay. When I press escape, I am thrown back into the normal mode from the full screen mode or the slideshow mode. Okay. So escape, I'm back to normal. Okay. I keep my mouse anywhere. Okay. I'll keep my mouse literally anywhere within the placeholder number 2, second placeholder. Okay. The first placeholder obviously has my title, so I'll just keep it the way it is, but I keep my mouse inside the second placeholder now, anywhere. Okay. And then I can do a Control A. Okay. When I do a Control A, you are able to see that all the bullet points are selected. Okay. Control A stands for select all. Yeah. But please make sure you keep your mouse somewhere in the second placeholder where you have the bullet points. Otherwise, if you keep your mouse somewhere in the first placeholder and then do a Control A, the title of the slide will get selected. Okay. So I can come here and do a Control A in the second placeholder. Okay. Now, since all the bullet points are selected, I can go to the animations tab. Yeah. We discussed in the beginning of this class, what you have at the extreme top is your multiple tabs within the PowerPoint interface. So we also had created a new tab called Ambarish last time, right? But right now I will go to the one that says animations. All right. I click on animations, right? And you can see that there are these bunch of animations available. A lot of people will tell you that you should not use animations and transitions in your PowerPoint presentation. Well, you can. You definitely can. If Microsoft has given you animations within your PowerPoint interface, there is definitely a lot of research that happens at the back end. Microsoft has offices across the country, multiple employees working in their research and development department, right? So they check with employees, they check with a lot of CEOs, they check with trainers. I mean, there's a lot of brainstorming that goes into it. So if they have kept the animations in the PowerPoint interface, there definitely is a sense in using them. Okay. Yes, of course, we will not use fancy animations, but the real professional ones can definitely be used. Okay. And all of these animations, which are professional, are available in your PowerPoint ribbon itself. Okay. In the animations tab. Okay. So like I said, when you come to the animations tab, you can actually go to the drop down here, and you will be able to scroll, and you will be able to see that you have got 4 main categories of animation in your PowerPoint. Yeah. And the animations have been there in your PowerPoint at least since 2003 version. Right now it is the 2023 year, which is ongoing. But yeah, the animations have been there since at least the 2003 version of PowerPoint. Maybe it was there before that, but yeah, at least definitely since the 2003. Okay. So yeah, they keep adding more and more animations version by version. Okay. So the bunch of animations you see here may not be available in PowerPoint 2007 or maybe 2003 or maybe even 2010. But anyway, yeah. So when you go to the drop down, you will see there are major 4 categories of animations. One is entrance, and then you have them, all of them here, like appear, fade, fly in, float in, and blah, 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 blah. Then you have emphasis, right? And then you have exit. So if you have entrance, you also have exit, and then you have motion paths, right? So we'll see an example now. Let's just come here and choose the one that says fly in. Okay. I personally feel fly in is one of the professional animations to be used when you have bullet points. Of course, the other ones also are professional. Yeah. But for bullet points, I think the most ideal is the fly in. Okay. So select all your bullet points, come to animations, choose the one that says fly in. Okay. As a practice, maybe you can try the other animations also available there in your entrance category. You have the fade, you have the appear, you have the float in, split, bounce. Okay. Yeah. But right now I'll go with fly in. Okay. Now, the moment I do that, and then when I click my mouse within the placeholder, you currently are able to see that it shows 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 on the left hand side outside the placeholder. What is the significance of the 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 that you see in a maroon or a pink square outside the placeholder? It means that you would have to go to the full screen mode and press enter to be able to see the bullet points. Okay. So look at this, guys. I'm going to go to the full screen mode. See, I only see the main title of the slide. I cannot see my bullet slides. I mean, I cannot see my bullet points. What do you think has to be done? I simply need to press enter or a mouse click or a space bar, and there you go. I can see all my bullet points appearing. Remember, the problem is still not solved. I would like to explain the bullet point one by one to all my audience, right? I can wait for a response. Maybe the audience has some questions and all. This does not make sense. If they're going to read the bullet points and have no more information about the bullet points, what is the point in me being present there? And what is the point in me delivering a live presentation in front of a live audience? If I had to do this, I could have simply emailed the PPT to them, right? So let's press escape. Okay. Since this is not serving the purpose, let's press escape. Okay. Now, like I explained to you, the 1, 1, 1, 1, 1 is showing you that when you get to the full screen mode, you would need to press enter once to get these bullet points available on the screen. Okay. Enter or space bar or mouse click, anything is okay. Yeah. And there are more things which we can do, but right now let's just stick to enter or space bar or the mouse click when you are in the slideshow mode. Okay. But now look at this, guys. Okay. Let's see how we can make this better. Okay. I can come to the start. Okay. I hope you guys can see my blinking circles. I can come to the start and I can say on click from here. Okay. I can go to start and I can say on click. Look at this. Okay. I hope you can see my blinking circles, guys. On the right hand side, within the animations tab itself, I have a group called timing. We did speak about the features being available in the group first, right? So in the timing group, I have something called as start. I can go to the drop down there and I can choose on click. Okay. And now, guys, can you see that the square boxes on the left hand side outside the placeholder are now showing as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Earlier, it was showing just 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. So let's see what we can do. Okay. Now let's go back to the full screen mode. Okay. I'll just move the Zoom applications icon slightly on the left hand side. Yeah, so I can come here, I can use my mouse and click on the slideshow icon, or I can press Shift F5. In some laptops, you will have to press Shift Function F5. Yeah. All right. So again, it shows me only the title of my slide. However, if I press Enter, you will see that the first point comes up. Now I can speak about the first point. I can explain the first point in details. I can say whatever I have to say about this first point, and that's it. I can simply just wait for questions from the audience, or maybe their responses, maybe get the audience involved in some discussion. And then once I'm completely done, I can say enter, and then the next point comes. Again, when I'm done, I can press enter. And like I said, guys, either enter or spacebar or mouse click. Yeah. Also, guys, most of you would be aware of enter, spacebar, and mouse click to be able to advance to the next bullet point. Let me tell you, you can also press the down arrow. Okay, down arrow also works. The right arrow also works. And the button called N, the key called N for next, N for Nagaland. Even that is okay if you wish to get to the next bullet point. See, I can press N, enter, N, spacebar, mouse click, right arrow, down arrow, N. Anything is okay to be able to advance. Most people use enter. Some people use the mouse. Some people also are aware of the spacebar. But yes, you can do these. You have more options, right? Arrow right, arrow down, and you can also press N. Okay. And that's it. All the bullet points will appear one by one, only when you press one of these keys. Okay. Are you with me on this, guys, so far? And of course, when I want to come back to the normal mode, I can simply press escape. Okay. Before I come back to the normal mode and press escape, let me also tell you, I can press arrow left if I want to not show the latest bullet point which has just come. You know, sometimes it so happens that you are still discussing the previous point and by mistake you pressed enter, or you thought that the discussion about let's say market research is over, and hence you pressed enter, so you have the sixth bullet point, but then suddenly somebody asks a question, okay, about the previous point. So in that case, you can simply do an arrow left, or even if you do arrow up, it's going one step behind. Yeah. Arrow left, arrow up, right? Also, you can do a backspace. Yeah. So enter and mouse click and spacebar will, and the right arrow and down arrow and N are for the next bullet point or the next animation or the next slide, whatever. Yeah. But to come back one step, you can use arrow left, arrow up, or you can also press backspace. Okay. Or you can also use the P. Use the P for Pune, P for previous, P for Patna, right? Simply press P and you will be able to go one step behind, right? And finally, if you wish to come back to the normal mode, simply escape, simple escape. Yeah. So yes, when you are presenting this live, there is always this animation. And right now I have tried the fly in. You may want to go with the other ones as well. Okay. I can come here. Right now, do you notice that all of these bullet points are coming from the bottom? Yeah, see, when I press enter or the spacebar, whatever, when I advance through these bullet points, you can see for every bullet point, it is coming through the bottom of the screen. If you are happy about it, great, no problem. But if you want to see what other options are available, let's do an escape and let's go back to the normal mode. Okay. So once again, I can do a Control A. Yeah. What does Control A do? Select all, but please make sure your mouse is kept inside the second placeholder, Control A. Okay. And simple, you can go to effect options here. Yeah. Once you have given some animation, the effect options feature will get activated. And then if you go to the drop down menu, you will see that there are multiple directions available. Okay. Right now, I'll choose from left. Okay. I'll choose from left and see, you can already see that these bullet points are now appearing from the left. Yeah. Also, guys, there is this duration here. Okay. Currently it just says 50. Yeah, but I can simply increase that, right, to maybe 1, right, maybe 125. All right, and now let's go back to the slideshow mode and check. Okay, so what changes have we made? We've come to the effect options and we've chosen the from left, which is why you can see an arrow which is going from left to right there in the ribbon itself, right? And we've also come here in the timing group and we've changed the duration to 1.25. Okay, so I can come here now. I can simply go to the slideshow mode with the mouse click, right? And then I can press enter and see it is now coming from the left hand side. Also, I guess you guys are able to see that the speed at which it appears from the left onto the slide is a little slower now. The pace is a bit slower now as compared to last time. Okay, let's press escape. Let's go back here and let's just change this further. Maybe make it 150. Okay, make it 1.50. Okay, or maybe 2. Okay, I can make it 2. Yeah, I can make it 2. It was 0.50 earlier. Now it is made 2. Okay, I can come here and go to the full screen mode, right? And yeah, you will see that there's a slight it's become all the more slower, guys. Yeah. Okay, escape. Yeah, escape to come back to the normal mode. Also, guys, let's quickly do a control A again. I can go to fly in. I can go to animations. I can go to fly in. Okay, fly in. I can go to effect options. I can choose from left. Yeah, I can go to duration and make it maybe slightly larger than what it is right now. So maybe I can make it 2. And yep, I can also go to on click, right? And yeah, so on click, and that's it. I can go to the full screen mode now and check it out. Yeah, Vivek, are you okay now? And that brings me to a very basic point about saving the presentation. Okay, generally, how do you guys save the presentation? You press Control S, right? Now, here, when I press Control S, it is going to ask me to save it somewhere because we have not saved it as yet, right? Right from the moment we started creating this presentation, we have not saved it, right? So I can do a Control S, okay? And right now, I will just save it on my desktop, okay? So this PC, I can go to my the desktop from the right-hand side, and maybe I will give the name as investment banking and say save, okay? Investment banking and say save. Yeah, that's it. So the file is now saved. Okay, in fact, I can close the file now. Yeah, I can close the file now and see the file is available right here on my desktop. Okay, let's just I'll come here, double click, and I can go to my full screen mode. Yeah, so this is the first slide. I can obviously press enter because I want to go to my next slide. Yeah, and check it out because we've given the animation. Initially, it only shows the title of the slide. Then I press enter and see, I get the first one, then the second one, then the third one. I need to keep pressing enter, 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 or the other options that we discussed with you, right? And escape. And let's quickly just select these 2 bullet points only. Okay, guys, please understand, last time I clearly told you to do a Control A because I wanted all the bullet points to be selected. This time I am selecting only the sub bullet points of the 5th point. Okay, and you can use the mouse or you can do Control Shift arrow down. Again, you can do Control Shift arrow down. Okay, Control Shift arrow down will select the first sub bullet point if you keep your cursor before D. Yeah, and then again Control Shift arrow down to select the next one as well. Okay. Yeah, I can go to the animations tab. We already have given the fly in animation, which is why you can clearly see that the fly in is shown up in a small square. Okay, and I can go on to the right hand side, and only for these 2 bullet points, I can come here and I can simply just choose the option called with previous. Okay, we chose on click earlier, but only for these 2 bullet points, I'm going with previous. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Okay, I'm gonna come here and I can go to the full screen mode. Okay, I use the mouse or like I said, I can press Shift F5. In some laptops, it's Shift function F5, and then yep. Right, let's see this time. Check it out, guys. Look at this. When I press enter, the three of them are coming together. So if you have a different requirement, you can always choose the with the previous from the start menu. Okay, and also, guys, please note this, that the number 5 is now applied for all of these bullet points. See the market research and then the 2 sub bullet points. The 3 of them, all of them have the 555 marking. Yeah. So yeah, I think this is done. You can go to the animations tab like this. I hope you guys can see my circles. Yeah. And then I can go to animation pane. All right. Animations tab. And then I can go to animation pane. Okay. In the advanced animation group, we have something called as animation pane. Okay. So I can come here and maybe I can come here and I can simply do a right click and I can simply just move this. Then I can just come and move it like this. Yeah, but it will not really, it will not be a good idea to actually do that. See, you can change the sequence of animation. Look at this. Did you see what happened? I moved the understanding the financials point from the animation pane to slightly upwards. You know, I just moved it. I just dragged it. Yeah. If I further come here, and if I further just come here and simply just mouse click and drag, I can take it further up. See, I can take it further up. See, from the animation pane. Yeah. So can you figure out that the number 3 is now shown up in the main slide? Yeah, I did discuss with you about these square numbers, right, which are appearing on the left-hand side outside the placeholder, right? So there's a number 3 there for understanding the financials. So what does it mean? It means that the main slide, in the main slide, the understanding financials is my 6th bullet point. But while we execute these bullet points in the slideshow mode, understanding financials will come after mergers and acquisitions point and the portfolio point. Look at this once again. Okay, I go to full screen mode. This is the first one. This is the second one. And now, because we moved the sequence, look at this. Understanding financials now comes as your third point on the screen because of the sequencing from the animation pane. So it's not a good idea, right? But yeah, I hope you got your point. Do you guys observe? How do I do it? I had to activate the animation pane, okay? Just like in your Excel, when you work with a concept called as pivot tables. I don't know how many of you use Excel here and how many of you know the concept of pivot tables. But in your pivot tables in Excel, you have something on the right-hand side which has your column headers. All your column headers are available there. Okay. Similarly, and this happens in pivot tables as well as power pivot also, right? Here in animation, when you have given some animation, here in PowerPoint, when you have given some animations, you can have the animation pane on the right-hand side. If you happen to cancel this out, yeah, it's gone. Yeah. If you happen to cancel this out, it's gone. But again, if you wish to do something about the sequencing of the animations, you'll have to come here and you will have to come to animation pane and then you can simply drag. Yeah. Last time I showed you by doing the drag. Okay. Again, this time also I will do it by the drag, or I can use these arrows. Okay. I can come here and I can move it down. Last time I showed you with the drag. Yeah. I can also use these arrows. Yeah. So I select this 6th point and I will bring it back to normal, the way it was earlier. Yeah. Okay. All right, guys. So that is done. Cool. Okay. And now, because I'm done with playing around with the sequence of the animations, I can obviously cancel this animation pane. Okay. I can come here and I can simply cancel this. All right. Also, guys, I just taught you the fly in feature, the fly in animation from the entrance. I can do a Control A. Okay. I can do a Control A. I can go to add animation like this. Okay. add animation like this, okay? And maybe I can go to exit, okay? Exit, yeah, I can choose exit. And since we have chosen fly in for the entrance, I can also choose fly out for the exit, okay? But please make sure that you do not come to this section now, because if you do that, the fly in animation will go away and some other animation will apply, okay? So please do not forget to come to add animation, and then I can say exit, okay? And I can say fly out, okay? Fly out, okay? And again, from the effect options, I will again choose to right, yeah? If you remember, for the fly in animation, I had chosen from left. Here I will choose to right, okay? And now look at this, yeah? So you have two types of numberings on the left hand side outside the placeholder now, right? One is for the entrance, the other one is for the exit, okay? I can come here now, I can simply just go to the full screen mode, enter, spacebar, down arrow, right arrow, whatever, mouse click, whatever. Once all of these animations have been, once all of these bullet points have been explained, I can simply press enter and see they are all going together. It's done, right? So I can simply just press enter, and I can let them go away at a single stroke, yeah? And again, you can explore more from the animation pane, and you can explore more about sequencing of the animation, yeah? Okay, quickly guys, I will now move to the other slide. I'll take one more slide in this presentation, okay? So I can go on to the left hand side preview. I can press enter, okay? When you press enter, you get the new slide, but notice this, that this time the new slide has got the same layout as the second slide because I pressed enter. But no problem, I can always go to the right hand side. I can right click, I can go to layout, and I can choose from the available ones here, okay? Or I can come within the slide, but outside the placeholders. I repeat, within the slide, but outside the placeholders. I can do a right click and I can say layout, and I can change it from here, okay? Of course, like we discussed earlier, before inserting the slide, I can go to the home tab and I can take new slide. And from here only, I can choose the layout, what kind of a layout I want, yeah? But anyway, since I've taken the slide with enter, by default, it is going to have the same layout as my second slide, okay? The previous slide's layout is by default taken up by the current slide when you press enter, okay? And remember, the enter has to be pressed by going to the left-hand side section, okay? Not while you're in the main slide, okay? Also, guys, if you press Control M, I think somebody did mention about Control M, here also, you will get the same layout, okay? Anyway, right now I'll just come to my slide number 3, okay? Also, guys, how do you figure out what layout is taken up by a particular slide? You can simply do a right click, you can do a click on layout, and you can clearly see that title and content is the one which is currently applied to this slide. You can see there's a square or a rectangular selection across, there's a boundary there across the slide layout which says title and content, right? So yes, okay. Right, so I can maybe right now I can go to layout and I can choose title only, okay? Title only, okay? Now, this may not be very important for you guys. This may not be very critical for you guys. So I will go a little fast on this, okay? The way we had bullet points in our second slide, we can also have shapes in your PowerPoint, okay? And the shapes feature is available in Word, Excel, PowerPoint, Outlook, everywhere, okay? Obviously, you would not use much of shapes in Excel, but yeah, at least in PowerPoint and Word, you would want to, okay? And like I said last time, guys, I do have this designer thing coming up, okay? I can cross this out, okay? All right, maybe I can give the title here as animation to shapes. Like I said, guys, because we've seen one example of animation to text already, I'll go fast on this, okay? I just want to show you what wonders you can do with shapes in PowerPoint, okay? I can go to insert, I can go to insert tab, I can go to shapes, yeah? And I can maybe take a block arrow, okay? Maybe I can take this block arrow, okay? And I can draw this. Yeah, I can draw this, simply drag and choose the size and shape of the arrow. Okay, so maybe I can keep it this much. Okay, then I can again go to the insert tab. I can go to, guys, I'm going to be fast on this now because we've discussed already, and also this may not be really useful example from an investment banking point of view. The bullet points is used by across the industry, but here this shapes and all may not be super useful for all of you. Okay, but still I'll cover this very quickly. Okay, I come to basic shapes and I can take an oval. Okay, if I simply draw it like this, it looks like an oval because I had taken oval. Okay, what do I do if I want to make it look like a proper circle? Okay, let's see. Okay, so I'll just delete this. Okay, I can go to the insert tab. I can go to shapes. Then I can go to the basic shapes from the drop down menu. There's a bunch of categories available here as far as the shapes are concerned. So yep, I can go to the basic shapes and I can take this oval like I had done last time. Yeah. And if you press the shift key, then you will see that there is this proper circle, which is coming. Okay. Once again, guys, let's go to the insert tab. Let's go to shapes. I just can't go there. I don't know what happened to my laptop. Yeah, okay. Oval. Okay, I just can't. Okay, so just a minute, guys. I'll quickly save the file. Something is just not happening the way it should happen. Give me a minute. I'll just save the file, close the file. If you are also, doing this with me, please don't forget to save the file. So I can go to insert. I can go to shapes. I can take basic shape. And here you will notice that my mouse pointer has become a black draggable plus. Okay. Now, before I draw, I can press the shift key. Okay. Before I draw with the mouse pad, I can press the shift key and then look at this. Now it's a proper circle. How much ever big I make or how much ever small I make, this is going to be a proper circle now. It's no longer an oval. Oval means what? Egg. Okay. So yeah, I'll make a small ball like a structure. Yeah. And I can go to shape fill. I hope you understand. You will have a shape format coming up here in the PowerPoint ribbon when the shape is selected. Yeah. If you don't select the shape, if you keep your mouse somewhere here, then obviously the shape format tab is not going to come. It is a contextual tab. Okay. Again, in pivot tables in Excel, you have something called as analyze and design when you keep your mouse inside the pivot table. And from there, you can make, from the analyze tab, you can use the slicers and timelines and all of that stuff. Similarly, here also, if you keep your mouse inside the shape or picture or whatever, then only I will get the shape format. And then I can play around with the shape fill, shape outline, stuff like that. Okay. Right now, maybe I can go to shape fill and I can choose maybe the black maybe. Yeah, I can take the black. Okay. Also, I may want to come here. I can do a right click and I can say bring to front. Okay, bring to front. Okay. And now look at this, guys. Okay. I will select the ball. Okay. Do not forget to select the ball. I can go to animations. And this time I can go here in the drop down and I can choose something called as motion paths. Yeah. Motion paths. Okay. So I can come here and choose custom path as an example. Obviously, guys, we will not be able to cover every single animation, but right now let's look at motion, custom paths. Okay, custom paths, and look at this. Okay, my mouse pointer again becomes a black draggable plus. I can come here and I can simply draw the path. Look at this. I can simply draw the path, and it's a free drawing thing. Okay, free scribble. Okay, because it's a ball. It will take a few bounces and maybe finally it will come to rest. Okay. I will press escape. Okay. I will press escape now because I'm done with creating the motion path of the ball. What have I done? I have made the ball pass through that pipeline kind of a structure. Okay. Escape. Okay. And now look at this, guys. Let us go to the full screen mode. And obviously it is kept as on click. So I can press enter and look at this, guys. Look at this. Yeah. Escape. I can come back and press escape. Also, guys, I can activate the animation pane. Yeah. And I can also do a double click. Okay, I can see oval 1 this time. Okay, last time I was able to see all my bullet points here. This time the animation is given to the oval, although it's a proper circle. We've converted that into a proper circle by pressing the shift key. That's a different thing, but it still says oval here. So I can activate the animation pane. I can see oval 1. I can double click. Okay, if you double click, it shows you custom path. And if you want, you can go to timing and you can change the timing from here, duration. Of course, you can do the changes of duration from here as well, like we did last time. Okay, but the same option is available here also in duration. Okay, so maybe I can come here and make it a little fast. Yeah, make it a little fast, or maybe medium. Okay, maybe medium. Okay, and I can say okay from here. Right, where have I come? I have come to custom path. In the custom path, I've come to timing, and I can say I can make my changes and I can say okay. All right, and that too, how do I get this? How do I get this custom path activated? I can simply double click here. And how do I get this? I can activate the animation pane from here. All right, and that's it. I can say okay now. All right, and now when I go to the full screen mode, you will see that the ball is moving slightly faster than the previous time. So guys, let's quickly take a new slide, Control M, or I can press enter. Okay, and here let's just quickly see something called as a smart art. Okay, reporting structure. Okay, so let's say Aarti Kumari reports to Kunal reports to maybe Preeti, something on those lines. Okay, so I can come here like a family tree, maybe, you know. Yeah, so in a company point of view, it's going to be the reporting structure. Right now, guys, suddenly I require to add 2 more people handling under Neha. Okay, because Neha is handling the West Zone, and West Zone is pretty long, right? Pretty large, right? The entire Maharashtra, the entire Gujarat, a bit of Madhya Pradesh, maybe a bit of Goa, maybe, you know. So Neha needs to have 2 people reporting into her, for example. No problem. I can use my arrow up. So you can see, right? I'll just zoom in. If I'm on Ramakrishna right now, okay, I can be at the end of Ramakrishna. I can go arrow up. If I go arrow up, I am now on Preeti. Again, I can go arrow up. That means I am on Neha K, right? And now I can simply press enter. Okay, but remember, if I start typing the person reporting into Neha, the problem is, so let's just take an example. Let's say it is Bala. Okay, Bala Kullai Swami. Okay, I'll just say Bala, and maybe I'll say Chidambaram also. Okay, so my requirement is Bala and Chidambaram are going to report into Neha. Okay, so if I come here and press enter, and if I type Bala, do you think it is making sense? No, right? Yes, if Bala is at the same designation or at the same level as Naveen, Neha, Preeti, and Ramakrishna, then yes, it makes sense. But is that our requirement right now? No, right? So since I have already typed Bala, I will not waste my time in deleting that right now. I can come to the beginning of Bala, and like we had done last time, in case of bullet points, I can simply press tab. Check it out, guys. Bala quickly moves under Neha. Okay, and now I can come here, and again from the left hand side typing area, I can simply press enter after Bala, and yeah, so Bala is done, right? And it was Chidambaram, right? Chidam. Okay, I'll make a short name. So yeah, you can press tab to add reporting people. Yeah. After some time, maybe Chidam gets a promotion and he moves to the same level as Naveen, Neha, Preeti, and Ramakrishna. Then no problem. I can come here. I can simply do a shift tab. Check it out. See, now the only person reporting to Neha is Bala. Chidam has got a promotion, right? So tab means next level. Shift tab is to get back to the earlier level, like we did for the bullet points. That's how you work smartly with the smart arts. Now check what happens when I go to the full screen mode. So obviously I will go to the first slide now because we want to see the transition to the second slide, right? So I can go to the full screen mode from here. Also, guys, we discussed yesterday, the full screen mode, Shift F5 is the shortcut if you wish to go to the full screen mode. the current slide, from the active slide. So if you're on the 17th slide and you've just given some animation, you would want to press Shift F5, or in some laptops, it's going to be Shift Function F5 if you do not wish to use the mouse here. Okay, because simply pressing F5 will just open up your presentation from the first slide in the slideshow mode. Okay, all right, let's go here. Yeah, let's see. I've given some transition to the second slide. Let's just press enter. All right, I press enter and look at this. The way it appears is now different, right? Okay, so we spoke about this customizing the toolbar. I hope you're okay with this, right? Okay, and guys, creating the tab and the customizing the toolbar are features which can be done in Excel also, or in Word also, okay, and Outlook also, right, in some of the other applications of Microsoft. Okay, so this is not just for PowerPoint. Yeah, but yeah, in Excel you really don't know which feature would be required when. So I personally would recommend you that it would not really be super beneficial if you use this in Excel. But yeah, if you're somebody who likes to use filters very often in Excel, you can simply just put the filter there in the in the toolbar, or somebody would be using the maybe the pivot table very often. So whatever. Okay, there is no transition called fly in. Fly in is only a animation. It's not a transition. Okay, so animation is for within the slide wala content, and transition is for slide to slide. So no. Yeah, but maybe when they launch another version of PowerPoint, maybe they will put that. Okay, you can also give feedback to Microsoft by going to their website. Yeah, but right now, no, fly in is just a animation. Okay, all right. Okay. Yeah, so a couple of things I wanted to let you know, guys, while I was selecting. Oh, okay, we also saw one amazing tip, shifting the sequence of the bullet point, right? So did you notice this, guys? When I came to select, okay, so I told you Control Shift arrow down, correct? Now, if you do Control Shift arrow down, okay, then it's a simple selection. It's a very straightforward, simple selection. Okay, but if you use the mouse to do that, if you choose not to use the Control Shift arrow down to select a bullet point, and if you decide to go with mouse, what happens is quickly you will get something like this here, which is called as your mini toolbar. So quickly, if you wish to change the color, or if you wish to quickly change the font size and the font type, quickly, maybe if you wish to make it bold, you can do it from here. Okay, it's called mini toolbar because all the options available in the home tab here in the font and the paragraph group are not available in the mini toolbar. That's why it's called mini toolbar, right? Now you will say, Amrish, what is the benefit of using the toolbar? I can simply use my mouse. I can select it like this, and I can go here also, right? I mean, it's not really super beneficial, right? Well, yes, you can. Okay, but sometimes you would not be in the home tab. Right now, do you see there's a underline below the home tab, which means I am in the home tab right now, correct? But sometimes I could be doing something else. Maybe I am somewhere in the animations tab. See, I am doing something about the animation. So my last click on one of the tabs is animation. Okay, now if I come here and if I select a bullet point, see, I will have to now go to the home tab, right? So rather than having to go to the home tab, I can simply make my changes if required from the mini toolbar itself. Okay, so mini toolbar comes when you select anything with your mouse. So yeah, that's one thing that I wanted to let you know. Okay. Also, there is something called as live preview, which is available in PowerPoint and Word, and also Outlook. I mean, lot of even in Excel. Okay, live preview means, for example, if you have a shape here, okay, for example, and we come to this pipeline, this block arrow which we had used yesterday. All right, I come to the shape format tab. I hope you remember, guys, I mentioned to you that the shape format will be a contextual tab. Okay, contextual means it'll only appear when you click on the shape somewhere. You will get those 8 circles, which means that particular shape or picture is selected, and you can go to shape format from here. Okay, now, so for example, if I go to shape styles, okay, and if I come to maybe this maybe this light one outline, gray fill, okay? The gray, slight gray color. See, even before I click, it is already showing me a preview about how it will look, right? Let's go to the black. Look at this. Let's go to the, what do you call, orange. Look at this. Let's go to the, what do you call, green. Look at this. Okay, so even before I select, it shows me. And once I like the color, once I want to finalize, I can simply click. Yeah, so maybe I can click on, let's say, this one, right? So yeah, that's the whole idea about live preview. Okay, before you actually click, it shows you how it will look. This happens in your Power Excel also for the graph and all of that stuff. Yeah. Okay, great. So, okay, yeah, guys, in the first slide, okay, when we did the title and the subtitle, okay, I had told you that you have to come somewhere in the external area, as in outside the placeholder, but within the slide, okay, and then you can do a right click, okay, and then I can choose the format background. I hope you guys remember we had discussed this, okay. I came to this solid fill and I chose an appropriate color for the background. Okay, now I didn't do apply all last time when I was here. Okay, so if I would have done apply all, then all my slides would have the same color. Okay, are you with me on this? Yeah, just in case you don't want to go through the, obviously you would not want to go through the hassle of doing this on every slide, right? That's why you can just do apply all right now. And now look at the difference. See, every single slide has that same color, background color. All right. Okay. So we are going to do something called as slide master today. And the slide master also does something on these lines only. But for a simple thing like background, you can simply just do it from here itself. Okay. Apply to all. Right. So yeah. And then once apply to all is done, I can obviously just cancel this. Okay. Also, guys, if I do not want a simple background for my slide, okay, this looks too simple, right? I can also go to picture and I can go to insert. This, I think I did mention to you last time, right? From file means within your laptop. Stock images means, it goes to online and gives you some stock images, right? Some premium content. Then normal online pictures from Bing. It will not take you to Google, it will take you to Bing. Why? Because Google is a different organization. Microsoft's own search engine is Bing. Okay. And then icons as well. All right. Let's quickly, icons is like the way you have on WhatsApp, those smileys and emoticons and stuff like that. Okay. But right now I will not do that. So I'll just do a Control Z, Control Z, Control Z. Okay. All right. Yeah. So guys, I want to now speak about something called as templates. Okay. This is not a very, very, very important topic, to be honest. But yes, who knows? Some of you may really find it useful. Okay. Templates. All right. Right now, let's look at a simple concept called templates. All right, guys. Yeah. In the mobile phones, okay, also you have templates, like I'll call you back. I'm in a meeting. Right, when somebody calls you, you can decline the call and send a message. Those are ready-made templates. Simply just send them. Okay, and they are meant for everybody. There's no dear there. There's no dear sir, dear ma'am, whatever. A message which can be sent to everybody. All right. So when would you use the templates in PowerPoint and how to create them? Okay. So guys, let's just say that I want to invite. Let's just take an example here that I am a learning and development executive or a manager in some company. Okay, somebody from the organizational development team or the HR team or simply the learning and development team. Okay, and I want to invite my employees for various training programs. Like with Intellipaat also, you are going to go through a series of trainings, right? Right now we're doing PowerPoint, but maybe there could be Excel training plan for you guys later. There could be some more, maybe email writing skills, something specific to your investment banking, maybe, a lot of trainings would be planned for you, right? So let's just come here and let's just quickly, okay, I'll just delete this. Okay. Yeah. I don't want this. Yeah. I don't want this also. Okay. I can simply go to the insert tab maybe. Okay. And because it's a training invitation, maybe I can take a text box. Okay. Or if I don't take a text box, yeah, maybe I can say, please be present on time, or please log in. Attendance is compulsory, maybe, that's just okay. So attendance is compulsory, feedback is compulsory, whatever. Okay. Now, if I don't want to take a text box, I can also take something like a shape. Okay. So last time we took the block arrow, maybe this time I can take a rectangle like this and maybe place it here. Okay. So I can say, I can type invitation. Okay. Invitation for invitation. Okay. Training invitation, maybe, right? Training invitation. Okay, I just can't type. Right. And then I can leave this blank because maybe I would want to write something like an Excel here, or maybe something like a PowerPoint here. So I'll maybe leave some space for writing the name of the training program. All right. So that's done. Maybe I can also company's logo somewhere on this layer. So right now, maybe I can just, as an example, okay. As an example, right now, I will go to insert, I will go to pictures, I will go to this device, I go to my desktop, and I can just take this Intellipaat logo, and maybe I can place it on the extreme top right. I generally prefer putting the logo on the extreme top right, but you could place it on the extreme top left also. Yeah, it's completely your requirement, based on your requirement. Okay. Okay. Then maybe I can have a small table here. Okay. Insert and table, just an example. Okay. And I can move the table down. Yeah. Right. I can simply just, because it's right now overlapping with my, what do you call it? The title kind of a structure, right? So I can move the table down like this. Yeah. And see how PowerPoint quickly helps me, guys. Do you see this, guys? Are you able to notice this? Yeah. You have to do this along with me, guys, so that you'll understand more. Yeah. Can you see this? It is kind of, look at the left-hand side. Look at the left-hand side, guys. It's helping me to align the table along with that initial shape. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. And maybe I can, if I come here, I can also try to move it on the right-hand side a bit. So even if I do that, see, there is a vertical line right in the middle. So it's telling me to stop there, because otherwise the table will look a little haywire, right? Or I can place it right here. Okay. Maybe I can add more columns and all, right? So here, maybe I will say more information about the training, right? So maybe trainer name, right? Trainer's details, right? Here I can type the maybe training module. So if the training is on, let's say, Excel, whether it is basic or intermediate or advanced, whatever, right? Then the time slot, right? Maybe the mode of training, whether it's on Zoom or on Teams or Google Meet or WebEx or whatever. Yeah, most of you would be having MS Teams installed on your laptops if it's a company laptop, right? So I can later fill up these details. Okay, the trainer could be different for every program, obviously, right? Training module could be different for every program, right? Here I can write down, please log in 5 minutes early, attendance is compulsory, do not forget to give the feedback and all, right? So okay, do not forget to fill up the feedback survey form. Okay, feedback form, maybe. Yeah. So these are some rules which I want to keep ready. Maybe right now I'm just simply going with an example. This is just an example. So right now I'll just stop with two points, but there could be more. Okay. So what I'm doing is, a predefined format is something which I am keeping ready. Okay. And like we did last time, I can do a right click, format background. Maybe I can take the whatever, anything, from here. Maybe I can take this, right? And that's it, right? So multiple options are available there. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So coming back to this. So like I said, I have kept the predefined format ready. Okay. Now I will press F12 on the keyboard of my laptop to go to something called as save as. Okay. F12, the top row on the keyboard where you have F1, F2, F3, F4, and all of that stuff. From there, I will press F12. Okay. In some laptops, it will perhaps not work directly when you press F12. So please make sure you press function and F12 together, because on some of the laptops, the F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, all of these keys on the top row of the keyboard are meant for volume control, brightness, mute, right? Uh, Backlit keyboard and whatever, print screen, all of that stuff, home. And so that's why in some laptops the F12 will directly not come to save as, like the way I'm showing you right now. No problem, you can press function and F12. Okay, so save as is what we are into right now. Okay, also, if you don't want to do it through the shortcut, no problem. You can come to file. Some people say, well, I can't remember so many shortcuts. No problem. Come to file, come to save as, and you can choose whatever, this PC or whatever. And then from here also, you can do that. So save as can be done with the mouse also. Okay. Anyway, I'll come to the PPT, the single slider, right? And also, guys, generally, please understand, generally, it would be one slider templates. Generally, people use one slider templates, but when you make a template, it can have n number of slides. There is no restriction. Okay, right. So I come back here and press F12. Now, what do you see here? It says presentation 1. So by default, the name is given as presentation 1. Okay, I will change that to maybe the training in white. Okay, training in white. Okay, next it says save as type PowerPoint presentation. Okay, now we discussed this yesterday when we had created the new tab called Ambarish, and then when we went to export, we had seen something here called PowerPoint customizations exported UI, right? This time, because it's a PowerPoint file, it shows PowerPoint presentation. Okay, now look at this very carefully, guys. Okay, right now it is getting saved somewhere in my documents, and generally we have the habit of coming and saving it to the desktop, or maybe on maybe in the downloads folder, or maybe somewhere else. Okay, so right now it's okay. Okay, but the moment I come here, okay, now look at this, guys. Okay, do I really want to save this as a PowerPoint presentation? No, I want to save this as a template. Okay, so that I can use it multiple times, right? So I will go to the drop down here. Okay, when I go to the drop down here, you will understand that there are multiple options available, like multiple options available. Out of that, you can choose the one that says PowerPoint template. Okay, from the so many options in the drop down menu, you can choose the sixth one, which is PowerPoint template. And again, just next to that, it says .potx. So the extension of a normal PowerPoint file is PPTX. We discussed this yesterday, guys, right? An Excel file would have .xlsx. A Word file would have .docx. Similarly, PowerPoint would have .pptx, right? So I can come here and I can choose PowerPoint template. Okay, so now it changes to POTX. So PPTX is now getting changed to POTX. Okay, that's it. Look at this. In my laptop, I already have a couple of templates, like you can see here. All right, so that's it. I can come here. Now, the most important thing here is, guys, please note this, and I'm showing my blinking circles to you. I can also zoom in on the screen if you can check this out, guys. Look at this, right?
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question we have here is, how can investment bankers ensure their PowerPoint presentations are visually appealing and professionals? Now for this MCQ question, the options that are given here are option 1, using a variety of fonts and colors on each slide. Option 2, incorporating excessive animations or transitions. Option 3, using consistent color scheme and font style. And option 4, including long paragraphs of text on each slide. Think thoroughly and mention which option do you think is the right one in the comment box below. Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real-time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.
The most important thing here is, the moment you change this from PowerPoint presentation to PowerPoint template. Okay. The moment you change that, what happens is it is going into a folder called custom office templates. Yeah, I can still show it to you once again, guys. Look at this. Zoom in, zoom out, zoom in, zoom out, right? So look at the blinking circles. It is going into a folder in my documents called custom office templates. Okay. Do not change the location forcibly. Do not change the location forcibly. Do not click on desktop or downloads or pictures or whatever, because if you save it anywhere else, apart from the default folder which Microsoft is saving it into, then it will not work as a PowerPoint template. It will just be a normal one slider presentation lying somewhere in your laptop. Okay, so that's it, guys. I can come here and say save. That's it. So this PowerPoint one slider is now saved as a template. Okay, and I can close this. Okay, it is already saved, so I can just close this. Okay, now when I want to actually use the PowerPoint template, let's say I am planning some training program, so I want to invite a few people. I want to just invite a few people, so I can now open up a blank PowerPoint. Okay, from the blank PowerPoint, I can go to File. Yeah, I can go to New. Okay, and I can go to Custom. Once again, File, New, and Custom. Yeah, and also I don't really have to open a PowerPoint. Look at this. Okay, I don't really have, just to be able to access the template, I don't really have to open a PowerPoint. When I come here, from here only maybe I can come to New. Okay, and I can come to Custom. So I don't really have to open PowerPoint. Just from the backstage view itself, I can come to File, New. I can come to New and Custom, and here I can come to Custom Office Templates. I hope you guys can see my screen. Custom Office Templates, and the one that I just created is available here. Look at this. Yeah, double click. Yeah, check it out. It's ready. Now what all stuff is to be done? I just need to punch in the name of the training. So let's say training invitation, right? Training invitation, maybe Power BI, right? For example, I can say trainers details. Maybe I can put in my name, right? Ambarish Karte. Training module is on maybe intermediate Power BI training. Time slot maybe 9 a.m. In the morning, right? Up to let's say 12 p.m. right? Whatever, 13, whatever. Sorry, 12, 1 p.m. whatever. Yeah, mode is going to be on, let's say, Teams. Okay, and by mistake, guys, I pressed the tab. Okay, so because I pressed tab, another line got inserted. So yes, that's okay. You know, there is no original rule that in the original template you had only 4 to 5 lines or 4 to 5 columns, and now you cannot add more. Yes, you may want to add more lines, but remember, this extra line will not be saved in the template. Okay, this is just for this particular one slider presentation. Okay, so right now I'll just remove that. Okay, that's it. Control S, and then I can say Power BI training invite, and this time I will go to more options, and I will simply just go to this PC, and I will simply go to desktop, and I can simply save. Look at this, guys. Save, done. Okay, this is done. See, now this is there on my desktop. Okay, double click and you can still see what all changes we did is available here. That's it. I can now go to my mailbox. I can mail this to anyone who is supposed to receive it, right? And now later I can simply just delete this. I don't really care about this now. If I want to keep it somewhere in my laptop, it is my choice, but I can very well delete it. Let's assume that this is done now. Next time, when I have another training program, I can come here. Again, I can go to PowerPoint. Like we discussed, I can go to New from here itself. I can go to Custom. I can go to Custom Office Templates. I can go to Training Invite. And maybe next time the training is on, let's say, maybe Excel, okay, Advanced Excel maybe. Right, I can come here and say Advanced Excel. Again, maybe I can put the trainer's name, whatever. Yeah, again, I fill up the whole details again, right? Yeah, and that's it. I can again save it. Right, guys? Are you with me on this? Control S. This time I can give the name as Excel Invite. Again, I can go to more options. I can go to my desktop, this PC, whatever, and it is done. Right? Done. We will now look at a topic called Slide Master. Great, Slide Master. Okay. I will use that same presentation which we created. We'll continue with that. Yeah, so this is the investment banking presentation. Can you notice here, guys, that the very first slide, okay, if I do a right click, if I go layout, yeah, it is the title slide. Okay, you can clearly see that there's a name given for every layout, right? Yeah. Okay, section header is there, title and content is there. Yeah, of course, section header is something which we have not used in our yesterday's class, but yeah, you can see, you know, title and content is there. Yeah. So, okay, second slide, again, right click, layout, and it says title and content, right? Third slide, because we wanted to have more space there, and because we didn't really want to write anything here, we have taken the layout as title only. Yeah. So guys, do you understand that there are multiple layouts available in PowerPoint? And like I said yesterday, based on what do you call, yeah, design, yeah, the number of templates will differ, right? Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, the reason I am talking about these layouts is I will need this concept while explaining the slide master. Okay, so I hope this is okay with all of us, right? And here again, because we wanted to have the smart art, we have again used the title only layout. Yeah. Can you figure out that the title only layout has a simple square or a rectangular selection? So it just tells you that the title only is the layout which is taken, which is currently selected for that slide. Yeah, great. Okay, so in this presentation, yeah, my first slide is title only. My second slide is the title and content. Maybe I may have more slides with that same layout, title and content. Maybe fifth one, maybe I will again come back and choose title and content. Then the third one and the fourth one are title only. Yeah. All right. Great. Okay. So just keep this point in mind. Okay. Just keep this point about layout in mind. Okay. Great. The very first use of the slide master is if I forgot to add the company logo and I finished off my creating my presentation of, let's say, 17 to 20 slides, I obviously cannot go to every single slide and insert, right? So if I come to this, insert, pictures, this device, desktop, I can take this logo, I can move the, yeah, by default, the picture automatically takes up the whole, what do you call, the whole slide. So which means I will need to select the slide and play around with the circles, right? So no, that is not something that I want. Okay, so just don't save. Yeah, so yeah, I'll open the PPT again, right? So again, I can go to so I don't want to go to insert pictures and go to this device 17 times or 20 times, right? And also, even if I decide to do that, this is going to be very problematic, because sometimes the logo would be here, sometimes the placement of the logo would be here. I mean, the placement of the logo would differ, right, from slide to slide, because it's done manually. All right, that is why let us see what we can do. Okay, so I can come to this slide, I mean any slide, I can go to the view tab. All right, and I can go to slide master. I hope you're okay with this, guys. Okay, where is the slide master feature available in your PowerPoint? It is in the view tab in a group called master views. Yeah, we discussed this yesterday also. Every tab will have a group first, and the group will actually have the features. Just like a country has multiple states, and the states in turn have multiple cities, right? So we have India. In India, we have Maharashtra. And inside Maharashtra, we've got Mumbai, Pune, Nagpur, Nashik, Shirdi, right? We have somebody from Shirdi in this class also, right? I think it is, okay, I forgot the name. Anyway, right? So I can come to view tab. I can come to slide master. Okay. Now, the moment I come to the slide master, it is going to open up a completely new presentation for me, a completely new PPT, right? Okay. The one that I'm working on is no longer visible to me. Even if I go at the bottom here, I cannot see that presentation. It's gone for the time being. It's not removed. It's not deleted by Microsoft or Power. I mean, it's not gone. It just is unaccessible at the moment. Okay. Now, although the name you will see as investment banking, so the same name which you had given to your presentation will be visible right on top. Okay. But you are in the slide master mode right now. That's why your actual slides are not visible. All right. Once you come to the slide master mode, you will see a scrolling option here. Okay. Scroller, vertical scroller. Okay. I hope you guys are doing along with me, guys. Okay. Scroller. Okay. Please do not forget to scroll up and go to the very first slide. This is a mistake which people do. People come to slide master and then they directly start working. No, please make sure that you come to the very first slide. Okay. Once again, guys, I will show you how to come here. Okay. I will close the master view, right? This is my actual presentation. I can go to the view tab. I can go to slide master. And if you can clearly see, I am somewhere in slide number 3 or 4 right now. So that's why if you start working here only, then whatever you do will be applied to that layout only. Yeah. Which is why I spoke about the layouts. So please make sure that you come here and then do whatever you want to do. Okay. So the first one, right? And you can clearly make out that the first one is bigger in terms of length and breadth as compared to the other ones. So please use that one for now. Okay. So yes, I am on that first slide in the slide master. Okay. I can go to my insert tab. I can go to maybe pictures. I can go to this device. I can go to desktop. I can take this, right? And now I can simply just move this to the extreme right-hand side, top, like the way I had done while creating the template. So I'll use the Intellipaat logo and I'll maybe move it somewhere here. Okay, that's it. Yeah, and then I will come here and say close master view. Okay, before I close this master view, I want to let you know that there's a new tab which you will see in your PowerPoint ribbon called Slide Master. Right, guys? You will see a tab called Slide Master. This tab is a contextual tab, like the picture format or shape format tab. So it will only appear when you are in the Slide Master mode. Okay, so come to Slide Master and then come to Close Master View. Okay, that's it. Done. Look at this. The Intellipaat logo is now available on the first slide, the second slide, the third slide, and the fourth slide, right? So you can just do down arrow and check. Look at this. And it's properly placed on the extreme top right, right? So this is the basic use of Slide Master. I have done it for a company logo, but it could be anything. Yeah, you may want to simply take a text box also and apply the text box at the bottom.
So let us begin by looking at investment banking beginner interview questions. First, what are the three financial statements? First is income statement. The income statement is a financial statement that shows the profitability of the company. It begins with a revenue line and works its way down to net income after various expenses are deducted. The income statement is for a set period of time, such as a quarter or a year. Second is balance sheet. The balance sheet does not cover the entire period, but rather provides a snapshot of the company at a specific point in time, such as the end of the quarter or the year. The total number of assets and liabilities must always equal the total amount of equity and liabilities. Third is cash flow statement. A cash flow statement is a magnified version of the balance sheet's cash account that accounts for the entire period, reconciling the cash balance at the beginning and the end of the period. Next question is, what is the difference between enterprise value and equity value? So enterprise value is the company's overall current value, whereas equity value is the value of the company's shares and loans, which can provide an indication of the company's current and future value. Third question, what is beta and how to calculate beta for a company? The beta of investment security is a measure of its volatility of returns in comparison to the market as a whole. It serves as a risk indicator and is crucial to the capital asset pricing model. A higher beta means a greater risk and higher expected profits for the company. Because 1 is the benchmark for beta, everything above 1 is more variable and carries more inherent risk. Next question. What is the difference between a merger and an acquisition? A merger is a combination of two or more commercial companies to form one joint entity with a new management structure, ownership, and name that capitalizes on its competitive advantage and synergies. In contrast, an acquisition occurs when a financially powerful entity acquires all or a portion of the total shares of a less financially powerful commercial firm. Next, what is DCF? The term discounted cash flow refers to a valuation method that determines the value of an investment based on its expected future cash flows. The purpose of a DCF analysis is to determine the current value of an investment based on projected future earnings. It can assist those deciding whether to acquire a company or buy securities in making the decisions. Discounted cash flow analysis can assist business owners and managers in making operational and capital budget decisions. Next question. How do you value a company? A company can be valued in three ways: comparable company analysis, discounted cash flow analysis, and precedent transaction analysis. First, comparable company analysis. It entails locating companies that are similar to the one under consideration and comparing their EBITDA, stock price, and price to earnings among other variables. Next is DCF. The discounted cash flow analysis uses the amount of money that the company is expected to make in future, discounted to present values. Finally, precedent transaction analysis. Precedent transaction analysis is similar to comparable company analysis, in which you look at how much similar companies have sold in order to determine the value of the company you're valuing. Next question. How do you calculate terminal value? Terminal value is the estimated value of a company after a certain period of time and is a key component of DCF analysis. There are two methods for calculating terminal value. First, the growth in perpetuity method and the exit multiple method. The growth in perpetuity approach assumes that cash flows will grow at a constant rate indefinitely. The exit multiple approach does not assume perpetual growth, but rather examines the net value of a company's assets at a given point in time. It is used to describe a company that will be acquired or liquidated in the future. Next question. When should a company issue debt instead of equity? Because the cost of debt is typically lower than the cost of equity, there are many situations in which issuing debt makes more sense than issuing equity. Issuing debt rather than equity makes sense if the company can benefit from the tax breaks by issuing debt, the company has consistent cash flows and can pay interest. As a result, the WACC is lower, and with more financial leverage, the company can get a better return on investment. Next question. What is the PEG ratio? The PEG ratio is an abbreviation for the price earnings growth ratio, which includes the PE ratio as well as the EPS growth rate of a company. Rapidly growing stocks have higher PEG ratios, whereas conservatively priced stocks have the same PE and PEG ratios. If a company has the same PE and PEG ratio, one could argue that its stocks are overpriced when compared to companies with the same EPS but a lower PE rate. Next question. What is net working capital? Net working capital is the amount of money a company has after paying off all current short-term debts. So it is given by current assets minus current liabilities. So current assets include balance sheet items such as accounts receivable, inventory, and prepaid expenses, whereas current liabilities are short-term debts such as accrued expenses, deferred revenue, and accounts payable. Now we're going to look at investment banking intermediate interview questions. Starting with the first one, what does negative working capital mean? When a company's existing liabilities exceed its current assets, it has negative working capital. This means that liabilities paid within a year outnumber monetizable working capital during the same time. Buyers frequently regard a target company's negative working capital as negative because it represents the additional capital required to operate the company after the transaction is completed. A buyer prefers a working capital ratio of 1 to 1.5, which means at least $1 in current assets for every $1 in current liabilities. This gives the buyer confidence that the company will be able to meet the seller's and payroll obligations in the short term. Second question, what is the difference between cash based accounting and accrual accounting? So, cash based accounting records revenue and expenditures only when cash is received or spent. Accrual accounting, on the other hand, records revenue when it is reasonably certain that it will be collected and expenses when they are incurred rather than when cash is actually spent. Because credit cards and lines of credit are so widely used for payment these days, most large organizations use accrual accounting. However, very small businesses may choose to use cash based accounting to simplify their financial statements. Next question. Two companies are identical except one has debt and the other does not, which will have a greater WACC. The company with no debt will have a higher WACC because debt is less expensive than equity. Debt interest is always tax deductible. Debt is ranked above equity in a company's capital structure, which means that debt holders would be paid first in the event of bankruptcy or liquidation. Contrary to popular belief, debt interest rates are typically lower than equity cost of equity figures, which are typically higher than 10%. As a result, the cost of debt component of WACC will account for a smaller portion of the total than the cost of equity component. Fourth question. Give an example in which you encountered a difficult situation while working in a group. So you can frame your answer in a way by saying, during my senior year internship in financial management, I worked in a variety of small groups. Each student had a very busy schedule and I took the initiative to help everyone reprioritize their schedules and find areas to compromise. This aided in the group in balancing workload and work quality. In the same situation, there was a member of the group who was not carrying out his responsibilities, and I contributed to the solution by assisting him in discovering his strengths and allowing him to focus on them while the others filled in the gaps. Next question. What is terminal value and how do you calculate it? So, terminal value is the value of a company, project, or asset.
Let's have a quick quiz question, guys. And the question that we have here is, what is the purpose of PowerPoint slide transition feature? The option 1 that we have over here is to switch between slides in presentations. Option 2 is to add visual effects between slides. Option 3 to insert audio or video elements into the slides. Option 4 to apply predefined templates to the presentation. Think thoroughly and put your answer in the comment box below.
After a period for which future cash flows can be predicted. So, terminal value assumes that a company will continue to grow at a certain rate indefinitely after the projected period. The terminal value is calculated using the following formula, where FCF stands for free cash flow for the last forecast period, G stands for terminal growth rate, and D stands for discount rate. Sixth question, how is the balance sheet adjusted in an LBO model? The additional debt is first added to the liabilities and equity sides, and then the shareholders' equity is wiped out and replaced with the maximum equity contribution from the private equity firm. After cash on the assets is adjusted for and any cash is used to fund the transaction, goodwill and other intangibles are used as a plug to make the balance sheet balance. Depending on the transaction, there may be additional implications such as adding capitalized financing costs to the asset side. Moving on to the seventh question. What is the difference between high yield debt and bank debt? Some of the major differences are, high yield debt has a higher interest rate than bank debt. Bank debt interest rates are not fixed like high yield debt rates. They fluctuate based on the Fed interest rate and LIBOR. Maintenance covenants apply to bank debt, whereas incurrence covenants apply to high yield debt. The main difference between the two is that incurrence covenants prohibit you from taking certain actions, whereas maintenance covenants require you to maintain a certain level of financial performance. For example, the debt or EIBTTA ratio must always be less than 5 times. And finally, in case of bank debt, the principal must frequently be amortized over time. However, in the case of high yield debt, the entire principal is payable at maturity. Eighth question. Determine if an acquisition is accretive or dilutive. So this is an important question whenever a company considers acquisition. Fundamentally, Any transaction that increases the buyer's earnings per share is accretive. Any transaction that reduces the buyer's earnings per share is dilutive. So here's a quick rundown of how to respond to this question. Inquire your interviewer if the deal is all stock, and if the transaction is all stock, it is simple to determine whether it is accretive or dilutive. It is accretive if the buyer has a higher PE ratio. It is dilutive if the seller has a higher PE ratio. Ninth question, what is an LBO and what are its value drivers? A leveraged buyout is a debt-financed acquisition, typically a very high percentage of debt. The following are the primary drivers of an LBO's success or failure. First, the cost of acquisition, then the amount of debt used and the debt cost, and finally the anticipated exit price. It is also worth noting that the actions taken by the acquiring firm to increase the exit price of the target business have a significant impact on the success of an LBO. Successful LBOs, for example, typically involve expanding or restructuring the business to increase its value. 10th question, what is the difference between goodwill and other intangible assets? When a company is purchased, a goodwill premium is paid over the fair value of assets. As a result, it is linked to a company or business and cannot be purchased or sold on its own. Other intangible assets such as licenses and patents can be sold and purchased separately. Moving on to investment banking advanced interview questions. Starting with the first question, what is the distinction between capital and operating leases? Operating leases are used for short-term leasing of property and equipment and do not involve any ownership. Operating lease expenses are shown on the income statement. Capital leases are used for long-term items to provide the lessee with ownership rights. They depreciate, require interest payments, and are classified as debt. Second question, explain an IPO valuation for a firm that is about to go public. We only consider comparable public company IPOs as opposed to traditional valuations. We choose comparable public companies, apply the most relevant multiple, and base our estimate of the company's enterprise value on that multiple. We can calculate the equity value by working backwards from the enterprise value. We also consider IPO profits because they are new funds. The price per share is then calculated by dividing the total number of existing and newly issued shares by 100. This is what it means when people say an IPO is valued at. Third question, tell me about major items in shareholders' equity. The first is common stock. The most common type of stock in which most people invest is called common stock, which represents a portion of a company's ownership. Second is retained earnings, the amount of net income that the company has saved up over time. Third is treasury stock. The monetary value of the corporation's shares are purchased. Finally, additional paid-in capital. This accounts for the number of new shares issued as a result of employees exercising their stock options as well as the amount of stock-based compensation granted. It also considers how much additional money a company receives from an IPO or other equity issuance. Next question, in a DCF, why would we use the mid-year convention? This is because a company's maximum cash flow does not always occur at the end of a fiscal year, but can occur evenly throughout the year. We would use the discount period numbers of 1 for the first year, 2 for the second year, 3 for the third, and so on if there was no mid-year norm. Instead, with the mid-year convention, we use 0.5 for the first year, 1.5 for the second, 2.5 for the third, and so on. Next question, what are your strengths? If you are asked this question, this is one of your best chances to demonstrate why you would make an excellent banker. Your analytical, quantitative skills, communication skills, the ability to learn quickly, detailed orientedness, and ability to work extremely hard are likely to be highlighted. You should be prepared to back up what you say about your strengths with 1 or 2 concrete examples from previous jobs or school. Next question, explain the use of revolver in an LBO model. A revolving credit line is used when you need more money to make your mandatory debt repayments than you have available. The revolver, like credit cards, begins undrawn, which means you don't borrow money and don't accumulate debt unless you need it. Before calculating mandatory and optional debt repayments, Add any required revolver borrowing to your running total of cash flow available for debt repayment. You assume that any revolver borrowing from previous years is paid off first with surplus cash flow before any term loans in the actual loan repayments. Seventh question. Why are deferred tax liabilities and deferred tax assets created in the merger and acquisition transactions? These are generated as a result of the writing up and writing down of assets in a transaction, which include both tangible and intangible assets. An asset write down generates a deferred tax asset, while an asset write up generates a deferred tax liability. Because of the frequent differences between an asset's fair market value and its book value, which appears on the balance sheet, the asset must be written down and written up. A write up of an asset results in a deferred tax obligation because the new item will have a higher depreciation expense, which means you will pay less in taxes initially but will have to pay them back later, resulting in the liability. For an asset, write down and a deferred tax asset, the inverse is true. Eighth question. How do you approach problem solving in a complex financial scenario? You could answer this question by saying, when faced with a complex financial scenario, I follow a structured approach to problem solving. First, I gather all the relevant information and data. Then I analyze the information to identify the root cause of the problem. Finally, I evaluate various options and make a recommendation based on my analysis. I always ensure that my solution is feasible, practical, and aligns with the client's objectives. Next question. Can you walk us through a recent transaction you've worked on? So you can answer this question by saying something like, yes, I worked on a deal for a company and my responsibilities included conducting due diligence, developing financial models, and negotiating the terms of the transaction with the counterparties. The transaction was completed successfully and it was a valuable learning experience for me. And for the final question, what are some of the examples of non-recurring charges that are reflected in the company's EBIT or EBITDA when reviewing its final statements? First, goodwill detriment, then charges for restructuring and asset depreciation, legal expenses, expenses related to bad debt, accounting procedures have changed, expenses associated with a disaster. And with that, we have come to the end of this video. Thank you for watching.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers advanced certification in investment banking operations in collaboration with Electronics and ICT Academy IIT Guwahati. Through this course, you'll learn skills like stock borrow lending, risk management, trade life cycle, asset management, etc. via real-time case studies. All of these financial concepts will be covered by esteemed IIT Guwahati faculties and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take a first step towards career growth in the lucrative field of investment banking.